Today's episode of the show is a collection of some of my favorite Glitch in the Matrix stories from 2024. This collection will range over pretty much the entire year, though I may not do December, but it's going to be a majority of the year. Just Glitch in the Matrix stories that I personally enjoyed, thought were really good, or maybe really interesting is the better word. Honestly, all of my Glitch stories are good that I read, so I really do enjoy them. They're interesting stories that I've just personally grown to love, so hopefully some of your favorite made the cuts. Obviously my favorites did, because I'm doing this episode. That was a silly way to put that. Anyways, this is a best of Glitch of 2024. Hopefully you all enjoy it. Hopefully I see you again here very soon. But until then, my friends, much love, and of course, sleep well. I have a story that may be hard to follow because I'm not much of an author, and I've never taken the time to write this whole thing out, but it's a glitch that I think should be out there because it was interesting. Back when I was a kid, I think like 10-ish years old, I used to have a lot of hyper-realistic and lucid dreams. I would often have dreams where I would be fully aware that I was dreaming. But at the time, I didn't know that lucid dreaming was a thing, so I just thought this was completely normal. I never brought it up to anyone because I just thought that's how everyone dreamed. There was one dream, however, during these couple of years that I would repeatedly have. And when I say repeatedly, I mean almost every night. This dream always began the same way. I was holding a glass of orange juice. I would be sitting on the couch in the old living room. It had the bulky CRT television, the old faded floral wallpaper, and it was my mom's old couch that had a hole in the center cushion from where my brother had accidentally set it on fire. During the dream, my brother was back in his room, so it was just myself and my mom in the living room, and we were watching TV. I remember that the TV was showing the story on a shuttle launch, which was almost a common thing back then. Those in my age group will know about when this was. I loved watching the shuttle launches as a kid, so I would always be there watching intensely. In this dream, as they showed the footage of the shuttle launching, I remember the phone ringing. I remember because I was annoyed that the ringing interrupted my watching of the shuttle. My mom would walk over to the kitchen and answer the phone, and it was always my grandmother on the other end. I remember I would always look over to my mom at the exact moment that her face would go from a glowing smile to a look of devastation. The call, in the dream, was always the same. My grandma was calling my mom to tell her that my grandpa had had a heart attack, and that he was being rushed to the hospital. The dream would typically end with her hanging up and telling me that we needed to go. No matter how many times I had this dream, and no matter how lucid my other dreams always were, this one was always a surprise. I could never do anything about it. I could never control it or myself in this dream. And I had this dream so many times over the couple of years that it occurred. After that couple of years, though, the dream did fade, and I pretty much forgot about it, mostly because I really didn't like that dream. Then came my 21st birthday. My brother and I were over at my mom's for the day, and I was in the living room sitting on the couch, though I was drinking a root beer, of all things. My mom was in the kitchen making dinner for us, and my brother was in the back of the house doing something in his old room. It was the same house, though a lot had changed. The wallpaper was different, the TV was a bit more modern, though still old by today's standard. But overall, it was that same feeling. But then, as I was sitting there, my hand hit that small burn hole in the cushion, and I got hit with this strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. It was almost like anxiety, but it was just this weird feeling in my gut. Then, the news switched over to a story to celebrate the 10th anniversary of one of the shuttle launches. I wish I could remember which one it was, but I can't. As I was sitting there, intently watching them talk about the shuttle that launched on that day, and all of the technological accomplishments since, they switched over to the footage of the rocket launching. As soon as this happened, I got hit with that hard déjà vu. I glanced over at my mom, and I could feel a cold chill creep down my spine. My voice was barely above a whisper, but I felt the need to say something. I said, "Hey, Mom, the phone's going to ring, and it's going to be Grandma. I want you to prepare yourself, though, because she's going to tell you that Grandpa had a heart attack." My mom looked at me with confusion and concern, and she started to ask me what I was talking about, but was cut off by the phone ringing. She stared at it for a moment. I think she was absorbing that moment. She slowly grabbed the house phone and then answered, and sure enough, it all played out as I had predicted. Her face drained of color, and after a bit of talking, she said that we needed to go to the hospital. The entire drive there was silent. I could tell that she wanted to ask me what the hell that was, and my brother was completely ignorant to the situation. We went in, we saw my grandpa, and talked to my grandma, and the overall feeling in the room was a positive one. But after about an hour, my mom asked me to step out of the room to talk to her. I did, and she surprised me when she looked me dead in the eyes and asked, "Does he make it? Is he going to make it through this?" Without even thinking, I shook my head and told her, "No, he's going to pass away overnight due to some complications." I don't know why I knew this, as it was never part of the dream, but I was completely certain of it. She nodded and told me okay, and we went back in. After that, my mom changed her tone a bit. She spent a few hours just talking to her dad about things, talking about memories, and asking a few questions. It was a somber time, but a loving one too. And what's worse is that it actually played out like I said it would. My grandfather passed away in the early hours of the morning. I think my ability to tell my mom that was going to happen actually made it easier on her, as she seemed to accept the situation when my grandma called her a lot more than I would have expected. We headed back to see my grandma, and we were able to stay strong for her. The days that followed were a bit of a haze, as we all had to figure things out and move forward. My mother and I never spoke about it again, and she never asked me how I knew. And I'm glad that she didn't, because I don't know how I would have explained it. That's literally the only premonition-like dream I have ever had, and I don't understand why I had it. I don't know why it haunted my childhood like it did, only to come true so long after. In the end, it's just one of those things that happened. And now that I've gotten all into glitch stories, I have to say that this probably falls under that category. In my opinion, the simulation gave me a glimpse of the future, and I was able to recall it when I needed to. But that's my story, and I want to thank you for reading it. I hope that I never experience anything like this again, but I was happy to have experienced it at all. I have another glitch story if you would like to use it. One from 2006 that I try not to think about because of the serious impact it has had on my life ever since. It's heavy, so you may want to include a trigger warning. Here you are. For backstory, I was raised from birth by my grandparents. My grandmother and I were exceptionally close. While in college, I was in a bad car accident caused by some high school girls skipping school, as I was going to work, and I ended up having to quit college, file bankruptcy, and enlist in the military as a direct result. After the military, I returned home, became a cop and EMT, married, had kids, divorced, and then finally got to return to college to finish my degree. I was a single parent to a 3- and 5-year-old, so I moved home to my grandparents to finish those last several semesters. My grandparents also raised my cousin, who at that time was 16 and in high school. His mom, my aunt, but more like a big sister since we grew up together, and she was only 8 years older than me, still lived in Iowa, where we had lived while I was growing up. We're originally from Illinois, and I had made that 468-mile trip hundreds of times over 20 years at that point. First as a kid passenger, and then as a driver myself. In 2006, my college spring break and my cousin's high school spring break started the same day. So, when my grandmother asked me a month ahead of time to take my cousin to Iowa to see his mom, I said sure. The kids and I could use the week as a vacation and visit my old high school friends too. The Saturday before we left, I had an easy A GPA helping single-day advanced cardiac CPR class to renew my certification, which I'd kept current since I had been an EMT and first responder. These are important points to remember. Now, on to the trip and the life-changing glitch. We were scheduled to leave on Friday, March 10th, 2006. That morning arrived, and I was not packed for myself nor my kids. My student aid check had just deposited that morning, and I also got an unexpected child support check. My ex didn't really like paying, and I'd only received it as a bond invasion on my ex's arrest a month earlier. So, between the kids, last-minute packing, checking the bank to make sure the money was there for the trip, a 16-year-old hovering asking if we could leave yet, it was chaotic and an unusually disorganized morning. I actually had to turn around at the front door, go back to the living room, and kiss my grandmother on the cheek goodbye to tell her I love her. I drove the 468 miles, 7 trip with a 3, 5, and 16-year-old with no problem. However, those days in Iowa left me feeling like I needed to go back home. My aunt and I went to Omaha, shopping. I visited high school friends. I took my young kids around my old haunts, but I was nagged heavily the whole time. Finally, I decided to cut the trip short and return home early. My cousin was returning Sunday with his mom, who was coming to Illinois for a visit, when her other kids started their spring break, so it wasn't a big deal to pack my kids and I up to return on Tuesday. Until my grandmother asked on the phone, "Did you get that purse like I wanted?" Unable to let her down, my aunt and I went Tuesday back to Omaha to find my grandmother a new purse. Mission accomplished. We left on Wednesday, March 15th, 2006 to return home. The date of this glitch is permanently etched into my memory. Several hours into the trip, on the straight 2-lane highway I'd driven countless times before, with my 3- and 5-year-olds as my only company driving for the 7-hour trip back home to Illinois, I was breaking the monotony talking to a friend on my cell phone. I never made a turn, I never strayed from the highway in any capacity, yet I suddenly realized I didn't know where I was. Nothing looked familiar. I really got jolted to realize the highway sign showed a different highway instead of the one I'd traveled for the majority of my life. So I pulled over, and I asked the gas station attendant, who clearly thought I'd lost my marbles, where we were. Somehow, without turning, I went from driving east in Iowa to driving south in the middle of Missouri. I bought a map, called my grandparents, as my grandfather was a retired over-the-road truck driver, and started telling them with shock and disbelief that, while driving my way home, I'm at a place that I should be hours away from. That 7-hour drive took 13 and a half hours alone. Shocked with a 3 and 5-year-old getting more and more grouchy in their car seats, and me navigating unfamiliar roads via old-school atlas maps. By the time I got to a town 45 minutes from home, where a friend lived, at 1 a.m., I couldn't safely go any further and stayed the night with her and her kids. The next day I was slow, tired, still pondering how I ended up so far off course, and in no hurry, oddly enough, to get home. I talked to my grandmother several times that morning, and she was suddenly anxious for my return. "Hurry up, I need your help with the fish tank, and I'm anxious for my new purse," she said. A short time later, I was on my way home again and leaving the town my friend lives in. I called home to let them know I would be there in 45 minutes or so, and that I would need help with the kids and the unloading. My grandfather answered, and he never answered the phone. He was clearly shaken, telling me my grandmother was really sick, that paramedics were working on her, that she fell in the kitchen. I asked if he had called anyone else, and he said no. I said that I would, and that I would meet them at the hospital after stopping to pick up my mom on the way. The hospital was another hour away from where I was at that moment. My mom and I beat the ambulance there by half an hour. The paramedics kept pulling over because they kept losing my grandmother and had to keep shocking her. She'd had a massive heart attack, and my grandfather, with COPD and diminished lung capacity, had to do CPR, having never done it before, via 911 instructions over the phone, before giving up and putting his oxygen on her while waiting for the paramedics to arrive from 15 miles away. Ultimately, she died the next day, March 17th, 2006, from brain damage from the lack of oxygen. Had I been home, which I would have been had I not glitched into Missouri, I could have saved her. I would have done the CPR effectively and with much stronger lung capacity. I had just renewed my advanced cardiac CPR certification days before leaving on the trip. To this day, I can't figure out how I ended up in Missouri or why the glitch would happen in such a way to prevent me from saving my beloved grandmother's life. Those 3 days in 2006, March 15th, the glitch, March 16th, heart attack, and March 17th, death, are 3 of the most hated days of my life. The 4th is April 25th, 2023, with another much smaller but no less impactful glitch, but that's another story. This past July, my husband and I traveled 3 hours to eastern Washington one Saturday to visit some friends for the night who had recently built a beautiful luxury home on the Columbia River. There were 10 of us total, including my husband and I, the owners of the home, their daughter and son-in-law, their daughter's friend, and her husband, and then 2 other friends/coworkers. I had gone shopping at Target a few days prior for food and drinks to bring with us. I kept the drinks on the counter for a day or two, and then put them in the fridge the night before. On the day we left, my husband, who I'll call Chris, packed up the cooler and was busy loading stuff into the car while I checked the fridge one last time to make sure that we got everything. I saw that he had already packed up all of our flavored water and hard cider, but left a bottle of wine that I had put in the fridge the night before. I grabbed it on my way out the door along with my water bottle and another bottle of flavored water for the drive. And since our cooler was already packed up tight in the back of the SUV, I just threw the wine bottle into a canvas bag and set it in the back seat. When we arrived around 4 p.m. that day, we initially left all of our things in the car so we could take a tour of the house, and Chris said he would unpack the car later. We mingled, ate dinner, and sat by the pool admiring the beautiful scenic view of the river. At some point, Chris unloaded the back of the SUV, which had our cooler and overnight bags. He didn't even know I had put the wine bottle in the back seat at the last second, so I made a mental note to get it later. One of the guests, I'll call her Beth, offered some mixed drinks that she had made, so I had 2 of those after dinner, but made sure to hydrate with water in between because it was a hot July day in the desert. Once it got dark outside, 6 of us decided to take a golf cart ride around the neighborhood for about 15 minutes. When we drove back up to the house, I remembered the wine bottle in the back seat of our car, which still needed to be chilled. So I hopped off the golf cart, walked over to our car, which was unlocked, grabbed the bottle out of the canvas bag, closed the door, walked past everyone in the driveway and went inside. I set the wine on the kitchen counter and opened the fridge, which was a French door style fridge. There was really nowhere for it to fit on the shelves, since the bottle was too tall, so it had to go inside one of the doors. I moved a few things around on the left side door and put the bottle of wine right next to a small glass mason jar of something homemade. Then I went outside and sat in the hot tub for several hours. Around midnight we got out. I took a shower, came back outside and sat around the fire with a few others talking until around 2 a.m. Finally, everyone that was still awake went to bed. The next morning we had breakfast and were packing up our things to leave. I realized I never did open the bottle of wine the night before, and since the hosts don't drink wine, I figured I might as well bring it back home with me. So I opened the fridge, and not only was the wine bottle missing, there was no empty spot where it had been either. The fridge was full of other stuff, just no wine. Not a single bottle in sight. I asked Chris if he already packed it up, and he replied that he didn't even know I had brought it with me in the first place, and suggested that maybe someone else had drank it. Since our group was small and only a handful of us were drinking at all, I thought that would be really weird if someone opened the bottle of wine without asking whose it was. I even checked the garbage can for any sign of an empty bottle, but there was nothing. No empty wine glasses anywhere either. Although it didn't add up in my mind, I decided that Chris must be right. Someone else must have drank it, so I let it go. We drove the 3 hours back home that day, and when we pulled up to our house, Chris told me to leave everything in the car and that he would unpack it later. So I just grabbed my water bottle and purse and went inside our house. This is where things get weird. When I opened the fridge to put my water bottle back inside, there it was. The bottle of Chateau Saint Michel Rosé that had gone missing at our friend's house. I was the first one inside of our house, and nobody else lives with us, except our cat. So I truly had no explanation for how the bottle of wine just magically reappeared back in our fridge when it had gone missing from our friend's fridge earlier that day, hours away from us. I even went back in my order history from Target to see if I had actually bought 2 bottles instead of 1, but there was only 1 listed in the order history, and I only remembered having purchased 1 bottle and bringing that 1 bottle with us on the trip and putting it in their fridge. The shopping trip had only been maybe 3 days prior, so I still had a pretty clear memory of everything I bought. I even remembered contemplating buying 2, but decided I only needed 1. We didn't have any other bottles of that specific brand, and that was the only bottle of rosé that we had in the house. So did it teleport? It truly made no sense. This whole thing continued to bother me for the rest of the weekend, so I reached out to the owners of the house the next night and asked if they had any security cameras that would show me walking into the house with a bottle of wine around the time of the golf cart ride. They checked the camera and said that it did not show me going into the house with the bottle of wine at all. The thing is, if the camera had shown me bringing in the wine, then it would have deepened the mystery even more, because then there would have been proof of it having been there. but I know for a fact that I did go to the car, open it, take the bottle out of the bag, walk into the house, set it on the counter, open the fridge, move some things around, and then put it inside the fridge on the left-hand side. This is all a very clear memory for me. When I thought back on it, however, I remember not saying anything to anyone about it at any point. I was going to ask Chris aloud if the car was open, but instead I just walked over to see if it was unlocked, which it was. When I walked past everyone in the driveway holding the wine, I almost said something, but I didn't. When I sat it down on the kitchen counter, I almost said something to Beth as she was standing right there, but for whatever reason, I didn't. I just stayed silent the whole time. I almost felt like if I had spoke words aloud to anyone, then it would break the spell that I seemed to be in. It's hard to explain, but it didn't feel weird or off in any way at the time, only in retrospect. And the only part about it was a subtle feeling that saying anything aloud would have changed things, meaning the teleportation wouldn't have happened if anyone else could have confirmed the wine bottle's presence after the fact. So, for all intents and purposes, nobody that night knew that A, I had a bottle of wine with me, not even my husband, or B, that I was planning to drink it that night. Nothing was said aloud about wine at any point from me or anybody else, and no one else was drinking wine at all. So thinking about it from that perspective, I wonder if I was actually astral traveling during that portion of the night and only thought I had performed all of those actions, but actually did them in the astral realm instead, and it felt like it was happening in our physical realm. Or did the wine bottle actually teleport from their house to ours at some point in less than 24 hours? Or did I jump timelines somehow? Whatever actually happened, it feels like some sort of glitch in the Matrix. The homeowners asked everyone that was there at their house if they had any wine that night, and nobody had. I wasn't drunk either, as I'd only had a few drinks over the course of the entire night and drank plenty of water in between. But I'm certain that if I had decided at any point to go get myself a glass of wine, it would have been there. My memory is very clear. There's just no actual evidence of the wine having ever been at our friend's house. I really have no logical explanation for what happened. But what do you all think? Over a decade ago, I had an experience that shattered my concept of reality, haunted me, and caused years of anxiety after it occurred. Okay, I'm going to preface this by saying that I'm 19 years old, and at the time of my glitch, or crossover, as I choose to believe, I was 8, maybe 9. So, my father is an attorney, and as attorneys generally do, he worked in an office building. There was nothing overtly extravagant about it. In fact, it was a pretty mundane building. But it is important to note that it only had 4 stories, and his office was on the 4th floor. At the time, I had 2 siblings, a sister and a baby brother. It became sort of a Friday weekly ritual for my mother to pick us up from school and daycare, go to my dad's office, and then all of us would go to dinner. Which, in hindsight, didn't make much sense, as my parents had to take separate cars to the restaurant, but I digress. During that time in my childhood, I was dead set with being as independent as possible, cooking on the stove by myself, doing all of my homework without assistance, all of my laundry, etc. But there was one thing that I was particularly obsessed with doing alone, and that's using the elevator. So, one Friday afternoon, my mom picked all of us up and we went to my dad's office, as normal. I spent my time running around, annoying paralegals, office assistants, and his other colleagues. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Things only got weird when it came time to leave. My mom found me in some cubicle that I wasn't supposed to be in, and told me to get ready to go, for which I promptly bolted for the elevator. My parents knew that it was pretty much pointless to try and ride down with me, so they just told me to wait for them on the ground floor. When I stepped on, an intense feeling of dread came over me, a sort of sense of impending doom. Anxiety is not the right word for what it was, and I should mention that at that point I was not claustrophobic. I knew that I needed to get out, sort of like a deep urge. But before I could react, the doors closed. In a flustered state, I accidentally pressed the button for the 4th floor, the floor that I was already on, and to my confusion, instead of the doors simply reopening, the elevator started to go up and did so for what felt like 30 to 45 seconds. When the doors finally opened, what I saw petrified me. The elevator opened to what resembled the 4th floor, but pretty much everything was wrong. Glass panes that were opaque were now transparent. The tiled floor was a different material. The walls went from a grayish color to a greenish one. The entire office had a different design, and the logo with the name of my dad's law firm, which was usually all over the reception desk, was now gone. I didn't move. I just stood there scanning the environment. 5 minutes must have gone by until a vacuuming janitor noticed me. The man seemed genuine enough and approached me. He tried to question me about where my parents were and if I needed help. And all I could get out is, I'm lost. He tried to get me to come over to the reception desk so we could call around the building to look for my parents. Just as I was about to comply, I was again overcome with that feeling of danger. This time the urge was to plant my feet like a tree, and under no circumstances leave that elevator. I told him that I was just going to go to the 1st floor to wait for them, and he agreed under the condition that he go with me so I wasn't alone. So he got on and pressed the button for the 1st floor. This time when the elevator doors opened, I saw my family. Keep in mind, this building only had one elevator, and I never left it. My mother had a stroller and therefore couldn't have used the stairs. In my numbing confusion for a 9-year-old, I just sprinted into my parents' arms and bawled my eyes out. When I calmed down, I explained what had happened as best as I could, but they looked just as perplexed as I was. I asked how they got to the 1st floor before me, and they replied, "What do you mean? We went down before you did." When I described the floor I was on, my dad said that it couldn't have existed as every level of the building had the same floor plan. In pure desperation for them to believe me, I pleaded them to ask the janitor who had brought me down, as he was the only person who could back me up considering he was working on that floor. And my mom's response sent a chill down my spine. "What are you talking about, kid? You were the only person on that elevator." No one on the janitorial staff fit the man's description, and I hadn't seen him since. This experience scarred me to the point that I was terrified of elevators until I was about 14. I never set foot on that particular elevator once again for the 2 following years that my dad was employed there. I wholeheartedly believe I traveled to a parallel universe, and it has forever shifted my concept of reality. Hey Raven, long-time listener here, but first-time submitter. I have 2 stories that are seemingly small, but that I can only explain as being glitches, as nothing else makes sense. The first story I have has been read on another smaller glitch channel before, so if anyone here has heard it before, that would be why. I travel a lot as an out-of-state college student, Between going home for the holidays and visiting my long distance, at the time of the story, boyfriend. Side note, we didn't break up. We just recently got engaged, making him my fiancé now. I always travel in and out of DFW, and specifically out of the same gate, as I'm usually only flying to and from the same place on the same airline. All of this is to say that I really know the airport, and especially this terminal. When I first started flying out of this terminal, it was pretty cruddy and run down. But within the first year of traveling, it had been completely renovated to a gorgeous, almost futuristic-looking terminal. Prior to the renovations, the one thing I hated most about the terminal were the bathrooms. There was a single women's bathroom in the area, with only a handful of stalls. A majority of them didn't lock, and the ones that did had such wide gaps by the door that I swear I could stick my hand through the gap and shake someone else's hand. Plus, make eye contact with the person in the stall next to me, if we happened to stand up at the same time. After the renovations, the bathroom was amazing. All of the stalls are floor to ceiling now, and it's just super nice all around. Anyways, there was a time post-renovations that I had just got to my gate and had a bit of time to spare, so I went to use the restroom. To my shock, when I entered the bathroom, it was not the glorious renovated bathroom that I had grown to love, but the rundown janky bathroom from before the renovations. I was truly confused and a little bit disoriented by it. I stepped out to see if I was in a different terminal this time and hadn't realized it somehow, but sure enough, it was the nice new terminal. I went back in, quickly did my business, and got out of there. A few weeks later, when arriving back at DFW from my trip, I was coming into the same terminal. I got off my flight and went to the same bathroom again, but this time, it was back to its nice renovated self. Did I somehow step into a time portal bathroom or something? I'm not sure, but it truly weirds me out. This second story takes place around Christmas of 2021, but I swear I can replay it in my head like it was yesterday. That's how weird it was. My siblings and I were all home for the holidays. We all were, still are, in college and grad schools in different states. Since this is one of the very few times we were all together in the same place, we were catching up and wrapping presents. My sister and I were sitting in her room with the door shut, so that no one would see what we were wrapping and spoil their presents, and our brother would come in intermittently to join us. We had probably been wrapping presents for about an hour or so, and we had a pretty good system down, where we would take turns wrapping a present, the other person helping to cut the paper and hold edges down when needed, so the other person could tape. We were having a conversation, and I had handed the scissors to my sister, as it was her turn to wrap a present. She cut the paper and then set the scissors next to her for a second, so she could pull up a picture of someone to show me. We continue wrapping presents and then set it off to the side when it was finished. I pulled out the length of the wrapping paper that I needed, and then asked her to hand me the scissors. She reaches to her side but realized that they weren't there, and said that she must have already handed them back to me. I looked around on the floor, but they weren't by me. So I lifted up the wrapping paper as I thought, maybe, I had rolled it out over the top of them. But they weren't underneath it. We looked at each other puzzled. I proceeded to look under the bed, thinking that one of us could have accidentally pushed them under, but they weren't there. This turned into a 20-minute search of her room. On top of the bed, the dresser, nightstand, checking under the paper again, etc. Literally everywhere. But they were nowhere to be found. She asked me if we had possibly wrapped them in the previous present, as we'd been pretty engrossed in our conversation and could have overlooked them. So, we unwrapped the previous present, but no, they're not there. We were both starting to feel pretty weirded out. Our brother then knocked on the door and came in, We explained the situation to him and he joined our search party. I kid you not, the three of us looked all over the room again for a good half hour, to no avail. Finally, freaked out and defeated, we went downstairs to tell our mom, because we were so confused. It had to be hysterical from her perspective, seeing her 3 grown children walking into her office, utterly terrified, because the scissors had seemingly ceased to exist. We tell our mom and she follows us upstairs into our sister's room. The first thing she does is lift up the wrapping paper that we had already looked under 3 times, and boom, they're sitting right there. We were all shocked. I guess moms really can find anything. Okay. I basically had to write 2 separate parts of this event together into one. Because the same day this event took place, I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget it, and then 6 months later I added an update to it, and I kind of want it all to flow together better as a story. So I hope I've merged it together in a way that's easy to read and understand, but here goes. So, to start, 6 months ago, I had been 100% sure for months already that in the year prior my dad had told me that a couple of family friends we've known since I was born had split up. I remember when my dad told me about it. I remember me getting shocked and mentioning things like, but they just got a new house together not too long ago, and so on and so on. I've been seeing my mom post several selfies together with the woman of that couple, and I remember wondering where this woman lived now after the breakup, but I never commented on the photos or messaged her to ask. One day in the summer of 2023, I wrote in my family group chat and asked what plans my parents were having for the upcoming Midsummer's Eve celebration. My dad replied that they were going to hang out with this couple of family friends. I remember I got a bit confused and thought to myself, maybe the couple had gotten back together to celebrate the midsummer, because I wondered how both of my parents were going to visit the both of those friends at the same time, since they'd split up. So I just casually asked about the logistics, like where and how, since that couple didn't live together anymore. Both of my parents replied things like, "What? What are you talking about? They never split up. You must be thinking of some friends of theirs, because they did split up." And they told me about those friends of our friends that had recently split up. But I had no idea who those people even were. So no, I wasn't confusing those family friends with any other couple. I replied back in the family group chat of what I knew, being that my parents, especially my dad, had told me that that family friend couple had split up. And I told them that the reason to why they had split up was because of the husband having to work so far away from their city so much. I also mentioned how I got shocked hearing about the breakup, because this couple had recently bought a new house together. But no, apparently this couple never split up at all and were still living together, in their house, as they always had been. I kept asking my parents about the couple, like if maybe they only had a small break and then got back together. But no, they never even had a small break. This wasn't just me remembering wrong or mistaking them for another couple of a family friends. I knew the reason to why they had split up, because the husband having to work so far away all the time. I had even mentioned to my family before about how it must put a strain on that couple's relationship, having him being away so often. And I remember my dad telling me on the phone during one of our conversations that this couple had split up, because the husband's work. But now they apparently never broke up at all. I half joked it away in our family group chat that day, and then I refused to talk about it anymore afterwards, because it really freaked me out and gave me a lot of anxiety. Okay, Now it's 6 months later after learning this couple was never split up. My mom and the woman of this couple came to the city that I live in to do some Christmas shopping. I met up with them for lunch in the city before I had to go to work. While we were eating, my mom let out a subtle chuckle and told this family friend that I had thought that her and her husband had split up. I joined in the conversation immediately and told her that yeah, I had believed for a long time that she and her husband weren't living together anymore. Until this summer, when my parents told me that they had never had divorced, or split up. I explained to her basically the same thing that I had already mentioned here. I told her how big of a deal this had really been for me and mentioned that, after my dad had told me about the breakup, I wanted to talk to their kids, my childhood friend, about it. But I never felt like there were any good opportunities to do so, because we don't talk often at all anymore, and I felt weird bringing it up out of the blue. My mom, me, and this family friend laughed a bit as we finished our lunch, because obviously it was a weird idea that I had gotten into my head, right? But then this family friend says, it was very close to happening though, a split between me and him, for the exact reason that you mentioned. But we worked it out and he changed his work schedule. He's been at home more than ever now for the past year and a half, and we're doing good. Hearing her say that kind of confirmed it for me, I guess, that I had remembered something that actually had happened, but in another reality. A reality where they didn't manage to fix their relationship. A reality where they did break up because of his work. Weirdly, hearing her say that it almost had happened the way I thought it had actually happened, it made me feel relaxed. This being my first ever glitch, it really did mess up my brain for a while there. And in the months between that confusing chat with my parents, and me meeting my mom and this friend for lunch, I tried hard not to think about it all because it felt so wrong, confusing, and gave me anxiety. I don't know how to explain anything in this event. The phone call where my dad told me about their split up, etc., other than it all having been a glitch in the Matrix. However, I am happy that in this reality, they are still together, and their relationship is thriving. I'm actually not sure where to put this story, but since I have heard and read similar stories of this nature in the glitch section, I decided to take my chances and see if you would be interested in featuring my experience in your glitch series. So here it is. In early October of 2003, one of my older brothers sadly passed away due to a drug overdose at 40 years old. I was 23 at the time. The reason I'm sharing how old I was is to show that I wasn't a kid misremembering something because of a traumatic experience. Also, my older sister experienced this with me firsthand, so it wasn't just me. In the part of the US that we were in at the time, it was already starting to get pretty chilly, even though it was only early October. This is relevant, I promise. Anyway, my whole family was gathered for the viewing just before the service, and my sister and I decided to go up to the casket together to pay our respects and such. We were silently standing side by side next to the casket, and I thought, I hope he doesn't get cold. I thought it. I did not say it out loud, mainly because I immediately knew how silly it was to even think it. Not missing a beat, my sister reached over and patted my hand and said, "Oh, honey, don't worry. He won't get cold. I promise." I looked up at her, obviously startled, and asked, "How did you know that's what I was thinking?" Looking a little confused, she replied, "I heard you say it." I then explained that I had not actually said it. Now, what happened immediately after that is a blank to me, and I assume we just sort of dropped it because it was a very tragic time for our family, and we had a responsibility to receive visitors as they started coming in. But I can say that I brought it up to her during a phone conversation last summer, 2023, and she does remember it as well. She calls it an act of God. I don't know what to call it. I just thought it was a cool experience despite the circumstances. And thank you for reading. Of course, and thank you. And of course, my condolences. I know that stories about September 11th, 2001 are a bit outdated now, but my story starts on September 10th. At about 5 o'clock, I left my terrible job and my terrible boss, and then headed for home. I had just bought a condominium on the side of the hill and loved it. I had a big blue chair that I loved to relax in. I had big sliding glass doors that looked out over the city. I got home and made a salad for dinner. I sat in my big blue chair and I ate my salad while I was watching TV. I ended up falling asleep in my chair. I dreamed about seeing the nose cone of an airplane coming through my sliding glass door. I could hear screaming, I felt hot, and I could hear glass breaking. I could also smell what, in my mind, smelled like death. It actually smelled like a grandmother's basement. Sort of wet dirt and mold. The dream woke me up out of a dead sleep. I got up, brushed my teeth, and got into bed. The next morning, I woke up, did the normal things you do to get ready for work, and drove to my office. I sat at my computer and started to search the internet about what plane crash dreams meant. The browser opened, and I was able to type in what I wanted to know, but when I hit search, the screen went white. About that time, the office assistant came in and said, "I just heard a small plane crashed into the World Trade Center in New York City." I said, "Wow, that's weird." We went into a conference room and turned on the television. We were watching the news and they were talking about the plane that had crashed into the World Trade Center. At that moment, we could see on live television another plane. Everybody knows by now that it crashed into the second World Trade Center. As that day progressed, everyone felt unsafe, weird, and violated. I always wonder about why I would dream the night before about plane crashing into my sliding glass doors. I have had intuition and premonitions about things before. They've always been very vague, like this one. And I know there's nothing I could have done or could have told anyone, but I still feel kind of guilty. I'm very new at putting this out there for others to read. I've told a few people about some of the stuff that's happened to me in my life. I say stuff because I'm guessing there's no foul language used or really necessary. You can always interject your own colorful thoughts. I've had quite a lot of experiences, but the good thing is, at least I have witnesses to several. A good friend of mine told me over 40 years ago that he really thought that I attracted this stuff to me. I told him, "Don't even say that. I really don't want to see this stuff. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to experience this stuff. I just want to get some of these things out there before I'm gone." My wife and I moved to a small town for a quieter area. We got a pretty nice ranch-style house on a corner lot. Neighboring homes aren't close. There were several hedges and cement from structures that had to be removed in the open lot nearest the corner. We have a nice front yard and a wide black-topped drive for the two-car garage. There's a breezeway connecting the garage to the house, and our patio is connected from that. I attached a bench swing from one of those yard swings with the frame. I just took the seat and hung it up from the beam under the roof of the patio. There are a couple of old maple trees out in the parking strip. My wife and I sit out there on the summer nights and enjoy the show. There seems to always be something going on. We've seen several foxes go past right out front in the road. Lots of different squirrels here. There are some gray ones that kind of look like chinchillas, black ones, and the larger brown squirrels. My wife and I were sitting there watching around 8 squirrels running after each other and eating the peanuts that we were tossing to them. It was mid-afternoon, just this summer, 2023. There were 2 black squirrels chasing each other around the base of the closer maple tree. There were 3 sitting together eating, and 1 on the walk fairly close to us. They get pretty tame. One was at the bowl of water that I had placed by the bird bath. We were just talking about our house and how we were going to do this and that with the yard. Then, it was different. It was like an invisible wave went through. The air seemed to have this very faded or very light yellowish tinge to it. The squirrels stopped moving. They were in mid-stride, mid-drink. The 2 running around the tree had stopped mid-chase on the side of the tree. I still remember one squirrel sitting at a weird angle. The way it looked, he should have fallen over. We didn't see or hear any vehicles going past. A block to the north, where the route is, there's always something going past over there. Trucks for the ethanol plant, cars, tractors. But right then, there was nothing. No sound of tires. You didn't even hear any birds. There wasn't any breeze, but we could hear what sounded like a muffled rustling of leaves. The houses looked the same, but then again, not. It's very difficult to describe this. It looked like 3-dimensional pictures of everything. They overlapped. Individual structures, too. Houses, trees, cars that were sitting around. And we didn't see any other people during this. We just sat there in shock. I know that we both commented about the squirrels and how they were just frozen position. It lasted maybe 5 minutes, and then reality just gradually went back to its regular state. It was like everything just went back to what it was doing. I think I may have been sitting there with my mouth open for a little bit afterwards, and finally got some words like, "What the hell was that?" My wife didn't want to admit what had happened, but she couldn't deny it. She finally said, "That was weird." She finally experienced what I had endured a few weeks earlier. That day, I was standing at the front edge of the patio area when it seemed like something just went through the air. It felt just a little dizzying, and when I looked up, things had that yellowish tinge, and nothing was moving. No traffic, no birds flying or chirping that I could hear, and no wind. Just that faint muffled sound like leaves rustling in a breeze. That one lasted about 10 minutes, and I was afraid to move for fear that I might end up somewhere that I didn't want to be. I thought, just stand still until it's over, man. And I was really hoping it would end quick. After things went back to normal, I went into the house and had to sit down for a while. I don't know what it was, I just didn't feel good. One other time, when my wife was with me, we were sitting on the patio swing, in the evening. The sun wasn't quite down and it was a nice and quiet evening. Perfect temperature, a light breeze, crickets were sounding off, and there was finally some lightning bugs out. And then we heard a car coming from the east, and it would come right past our corner, not 75 feet away. The noise of the engine and tires on the road broke the quiet. It came past on our left, and went through the intersection and on down the road, down the hill, and to the west. Yep, we heard it just fine. The only thing wrong was that we didn't see any car. We heard it. Didn't see it, though. It's kind of hard to miss a car going past. I asked my wife, "Did you see that?" And she replied, "I didn't see anything." "That's what I meant." Neither one of us wanted to dwell on that very long. I think we just tried to shove it under a rug. I don't know what the heck is going on. I wouldn't know if it's a glitch in the Matrix thing, or a time thing, or a programming error, or ghosts. But it's definitely creeping me out. I know it rattled me and left me anxious and paranoid for a couple hours after. My wife wasn't affected emotionally like I was. I think she just doesn't want to admit things like this can happen. Does anyone have any theories as to what this stuff is? I wonder too often if someday I'm going to get pulled into some other place. Hi everyone, my name is Aaron. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I have a story that happened to me 12/30/2023, recently, in Big Bear, California. Here is my recount in detail of what happened to me and the geography of the land. I went on a day trip with two of my friends to Big Bear Lake, California, to hang out and snowboard. It was a regular beautiful day. We left to Big Bear around 5 a.m., got up to the mountain and to the summits to the park around 7:30 a.m. We got redirected to park down the road. A couple of miles to a parking lot, we followed the signs and made it to a huge gravel lot. No buildings around, just porta potties, and the area that the trams pick everyone up at to head up to the Bear summit. When we entered the lot and parked, we were facing away from the mountain towards the direction of the lake. The tail of the truck was facing the mountain summit. Remember this later on in the story. We got on the tram and went up to the mountain for a day of snowboarding and hanging out. It was a great day. It was beautiful and we got lucky that it was snowing. I stayed in the bar area waiting for my two friends to come down after snowboarding. Both of my friends came down to join me in the bar. We hung out and just talked. As I was sitting in my stool, a nice older lady came up to me and asked if she could sit there since there were no other seats and the place was packed. I gave her my friend's seat and she hung out with me and my friends while her kids were up on the mountain snowboarding. It was around 3 p.m., and one of my friends went back up the mountain to do some more snowboarding. He only had an hour left before his lift ticket ran out at 4 p.m. Me and my friend and the lady are sitting, talking for a good hour, with her kids and her. It was around 3:15 and she says that she has to go. I got sad inside that she had to leave as I was having a really nice time just chatting. This is where it happens. As she and her kid are walking out of the bar and into the blizzard snow outside, me and the lady both look at each other for a moment as I was sitting on the stool, and said goodbye silently to each other. I looked into her eyes and boom, I instantly went from sitting on a stool in a bar to an empty gravel parking lot at nighttime. I physically felt the shift, and I had to catch myself from falling because I was in a sitting position and then landing in a parking lot. All I heard was the gravel smashing under my feet as if I fell out of nowhere. I instantly had my hand up to catch my balance and looked forward. Both of my friends were about 10 feet in front of me walking to the truck. The truck was in a different location, now facing the mountain summit. I could see the lights that light up the mountain. I was so in shock that I couldn't believe it, and I started yelling at my friends that this isn't the right lot, that we didn't park here so close to the bottom of the mountain. They instantly got mad at me and started to argue, saying, "Aaron, this is the lot we parked at. It's the only lot." I say no, we parked far over there, away from the mountain in another lot. They were still angry with me, so I shut up and realized what had happened, and that no one would believe me, so since I couldn't ask my friends as they were packing their gear, I walked around dumbfounded, What had just happened? I asked other people in the lot if they remembered parking in this lot, and they all thought that I hit my head and was crazy. It was the worst feeling I had ever felt. I felt so alone. But wait, this is where it gets interesting. I screenshotted a pic of the map of the area. It was at 5:56 p.m. I lost about 3 hours of time, but I instantly jumped from the bar up in the mountain to the gravel lot on both feet. I knew that no one was going to believe me, so after I got back home, I went and told my father what had happened, and explained it in detail. I said that we parked in a huge empty lot with no buildings, and then ended up in a smaller lot at the base of the mountain, and the truck was now facing the mountain, and that I had been jumped to the lot from the bar. So he goes, well, let's Google Map it. With my luck, the Google Maps showed the huge big lot we first parked at when we got to Big Bear. Then we found the second lot that I ended up at, and there was a huge building next to it. So we had mapped it out, both lots, and the bar up at the lodge at the ski resort that we were at. He saw what I was talking about. Both lots did exist. The story happened to me had compelling evidence that something had happened. 2 days later, we both went to go look at the Google Maps of the lots and talk more about it, and that first big lot was nowhere to be found on the map. The road had changed, and there were houses next to the lake where the lots were supposed to be. Then, we found the second lot that I was shifted into, and I couldn't believe it. The second lot looked like the first lot, and the second lot merged together. They had half and half characteristics of both lots. I was pissed that now I had no evidence and my story looked crazy, because there was only one lot now. But my father was stunned and he couldn't believe it either that the other lot didn't exist anymore. It bothered me for a couple of weeks to ask my friends about what had happened up on the mountain. I finally asked one of my friends how I was when we were at the bar, because I have no memory of how I got down the mountain. He said, fine. I go, you remember us talking to that lady? He says yes. And then I say, I was fine in my right mind, so how did we get down the mountain? He goes, you were fine. We were all talking and we got on the shuttle and went down the mountain to the lot. In my mind, I know for a fact that that was not me talking with my friends from the point the lady left to when I got to the lot. So, it must have been another me that was taking my place with my friends, and then I was shot back into that reality of a different lot. I hope that this recount of what happened to me can help others, or help in researching why these things happen, or are going on. Did the lady that I was talking to know what was going to happen to me? Did she jump me into the lot? Because that was the last thing I saw before I was dropped into another parking lot. This is going to bother me until the day I die, because I know what happened to me. It was very personal, and I want to know where I was for 3 hours, and who was talking with my friends as me when it wasn't. Was it my doppelganger? Any information will be well received, and I hope that this finds who needs it, and I hope that this finds who it needs to, or if you travel to Big Bear, beware that time slips are happening up there. I'm going to make a trip soon to visit it all again to try to find answers. Thanks, much love, and peace to all of you. I've been sitting on this story for a while. I've sometimes questioned if it was just misperception, but I can't understand how else this might have happened. At the time of this story, I was 19 and a student in my county's community college. I live right near a local highway with 2 lanes running each direction, and it is the first major portion of one of the 2 routes I would always take to get to school. From where I live, it takes about 20 to 25 minutes, depending on traffic, to get to the college. One particular morning, I was moving a bit more slowly than I usually do, and therefore running the risk of arriving late to class. I don't remember exactly what I had for my first one on this day. It could have been a test or a lab or something of the sorts, but it didn't matter. I value being on time in general, and so I found myself rushing out the door. As I reached the right turn onto the highway, that's where things got weird. I looked to my left to make sure no cars are coming, but sure enough, about 20 were barreling down the highway, including a giant semi-truck, as the light a few hundred yards back from the spot onto which I was turning had turned green a few moments before I arrived at the stop sign. Since they had a couple hundred feet to go, and I was pressed for time, I decided to barrel out onto the highway in front of the barrage of cars. Now, I'm normally a pretty defensive driver, and I wanted to make sure I didn't cut anyone off or upset any of the other drivers. But when I looked in the mirror, there was nothing. The onslaught of cars against which I was racing had suddenly vanished. My first reaction was to be skeptical of what I was seeing. Perhaps, although not likely, they had all turned into the gas station lot right before the spot from which I turned. But there were two problems with this theory. For one, they were all going way too fast, and there were too many of them for all of them to enter the gas station lot that quickly. And secondly, I could see the gas station lot in my rearview mirror, as there was nothing obstructing it. And it was pretty empty, save for one or two cars, and definitely no semi-trucks. I really wasn't sure what to do with what I had just experienced, so I carried on with my day as if nothing happened. I'm 26 now, and still living in the same place. I don't think about it often, as it wasn't incredibly consequential to my life, but every now and then I look back on it as one of the strangest things I have ever experienced. Hi, Raven and fellow listeners. I'm new here to the podcast and to the subreddit. I discovered this podcast about 2 months ago, thanks to the Spotify algorithm, when it began playing after one of my regular listens ended. Shoutouts to the Spotify algorithm for that one. It was the Glitch in the Matrix episode 74 that drove me to share my story. The story in that episode was the one of the person whose friend's mother died, and it turned out that she was in fact alive and well. I listened to it more than twice because it closely resembled my glitch, and, well, it's been about 10 years since, and it haunts me. I realize that this story might need a trigger warning about dead pets. This is your trigger warning for that. It is not graphic, but the pet does unfortunately pass, and, well, that may not be for everybody, so just heads up. Here it goes. So, I need to set it up a bit before we get to the glitch. Around 2012, I was dating a leech of a human, and he needed somewhere to live because his parents kicked him out of their house. My parents let him stay with us for a few months, but this guy was a POS, and my parents asked him to leave after about 3 months. I had a friend from high school who I now worked with at the local hardware store. Let's call her B. B was something like emancipated as a teenager, and her mom left her their house, and it was in her name by the time she was about 22. She would rent out the unoccupied rooms to our friends that needed a stepping stone place, since it was only 3 years after graduating. She offered to rent out a bedroom to my boyfriend, and it was perfect since we spent a lot of time with this group of friends already, and it saved his skin from finding a place to live in such short notice. So, he gets settled in and is living at B's house with her and her boyfriend. We'll call him M. B and M have several pets, with cute and quirky names. They had little tortoises named Bean Dip and Chip, a cat named Boots because her color pattern made it look like she was wearing booties, and then there was Panini. The way I remember it, those were all the pets they had at the time. Panini stole my heart. I didn't have a dog growing up and never formed an attachment to a dog until I met her. She was my first puppy love, and I grew to really love her. I remember when they brought her home and everything. She was a medium puppy, probably weighing about 24 to 26 pounds, and was a total mix, but physically resembled a cross between a German Shepherd and a Retriever. One day, we, the boyfriend and I, arrived at the house and we had learned that Panini had died. They left her in the backyard while they were out, and she had gotten tangled in something and had suffocated. B&M had just gotten home minutes before we did, and they were the ones who found her. Present there was, of course, B and M, myself, and the leech. Soon after, M's brother and his girlfriend, and another couple, J and O. The guys grabbed shovels and began digging a hole with us girls inside, keeping B company and consoling one another. I remember when one of the guys peeked inside and said that it was ready. So we gathered ourselves and circled up outside in their yard, and we each poured a handful of dirt on her little body that was wrapped up in a sheet. I was sobbing. My heart was broken in a way I never imagined it could be. We each took a turn and said some words for Panini, and then we buried her. And that was that. The rest of the day was quiet and sad, and we just grieved together. Soon after, I remember B&M adopted another dog, a male they named Tolkien, like the author. And he was so hyperactive and crazy, and I just couldn't connect the same way with him like I had Panini, and I didn't hang out with him as much. Soon after, I finally had the courage to end the relationship with the leech, and he owed B a lot of back rent, and was being flighty and confrontational about it. We broke up on bad terms, and he almost immediately left the house, also on bad terms. This caused a rift between my friends and I, and they never talked to me again. B&M got married a few years later, and I wasn't invited. And I thought that that was the end of that friendship for good. Now, fast forward to 2021, when the glitch occurred. By this time, I had reconnected with B&M and remained friendly with them, but no longer hanging out nearly as much as we once did. I moved in with my new current boyfriend, and they had moved away to the next county and were living life. I visited their new house in 2016 once, and even slept over after a night of drinking and didn't feel alright to drive home. That night, I saw Boots and Tolkien, and said hello to them. I digress. I was scrolling on Facebook, and a memory came up. It was a picture from one of the various parties we had on 2012 at B's house. I decided to snoop and click on their tag, and I began perusing her profile. I found a picture taken that year of Panini in her photo album. The caption was that Panini was needing surgery and they had created a GoFundMe for her. After the initial shock, logic led me to believe that they found a dog that looked just like her, and they of course adopted her and named her Panini. I commented, "Oh my god, I have to hear the story of how you found her. She looks just like Panini." I don't remember ever seeing a reply to that, and I forgot about it. In 2023, I met up with B at a local pub for drinks and to catch up after so many years. Somewhere in the middle of our chat, I asked her about the Panini they found. She looks at me puzzled and kind of stifling a laugh and says, "That is Panini." I replied with, "But we buried her." She denies this and tells me, "No, Trousers died. We buried him." The name Trousers sounds familiar, but I have no memories of him or what he even looked like. After some back and forth on this, I retreated and I said, "Oh, I must just be remembering wrong." I was baffled. I was not misremembering. I grieved that dog and I could never forget or confuse that. But to this day, she will claim that that's how it went. Unfortunately, we had another falling out and I have no contact with B and M anymore. And short of unblocking and contacting the leech and asking him what he remembers 12 years later, I have to live with this confusion. Furthermore, that comment I made on Facebook is gone now. All other comments are there, but the one where I said, "Oh my god, I have to know the story," is gone. Even when I filter the 9 comments to show all, not just the relevant ones, my comment does not appear. Did I jump timelines to one where Panini lived and Trousers died? Why can I not remember anything about Trousers? The name only rings a bell, but I have no memories tied to it. I think about this maybe way too much. It's definitely the weirdest thing that has happened to me, and I cannot explain it. You don't forget your first puppy love and grieving it. I cried for days, and I remember when they got a commemorative rock with her picture, name, and date of death to put on her grave. This is something that truly perturbs me. I'm open to questions and thoughts, and I'd be glad to hear about it if something like this has happened to you. Thank you. I played baseball in college. One day during my freshman season, I had something happen that was relatively trivial, but had a big impact on my view of reality. As I said, I was a freshman on the team but had played in all games up to that point in the season. In college and pro baseball, players usually have one position on defense that they play consistently. In the batting order, players usually bat in the same spot each game. This was the situation for me. I played center field on defense and batted 5th in the batting order. For most of the team, other than pitchers, it was understood who was playing each position and your spot in the batting order. One Tuesday during our spring season, we had a night game against a rival team. I finished class in the early afternoon that day and had a couple of hours before my team started warm-ups for the game. I decided to take a nap in my dorm room with my free time. During my nap, I had a very specific and clear dream about walking to the baseball field before the game. In my dream, I walked into the dugout prior to the game and looked at the lineup posted on the wall. The lineup in my dream showed I was playing right field and batting 9th in the batting order. I had never played right field, and batted 9th in a game before, so this was very odd to me in the dream. I am 100% certain a coach had not told me this prior to the game. I woke up from the dream and immediately remembered it because it was odd and unusually vivid. However, I didn't think too much of the dream because I was now in a hurry to get to the locker room and get dressed up for warm-ups. Once I was in the locker room, I got dressed and started walking toward the dugout to look at the lineup for the game. As I approached the dugout, I had an intense feeling come over me that I had done this exact thing before. I began to realize that everything that was happening at that moment was overlapped with my dream. I stopped walking and did a quick reality check to make sure that I was awake. I continued to stand still for a moment because I sort of enjoyed the feeling of having a glimpse of the future. I even thought about telling one of my teammates what was happening, but I figured they would think I was joking or crazy. I started walking again and entered the dugout to see the lineup for my game. Just as the dream predicted, I was playing right field and batting 9th. This made me feel super strange and a little detached from reality. I wonder why something seemingly trivial and inconsequential had been shown to me in a dream. I have tried to find simple explanations for why this happened, but I haven't come up with any. I kept the lineup card for that game as a reminder of this event. I just found your channel, and it is really interesting. It reminds me of a strange period of time where some bizarre things happened with 4 exes. I'm telling you the story. It is 100% true, and I hope it makes the cut, and is weird enough to air, because it was really weird to me. This happened over a period of time from 1991 to 1998. I'm into the unusual and paranormal, and I've had lots of glitchy experiences. I've been seen outside getting into a big van when I was actually home in bed. I've heard songs start playing again right after they finish on sound systems in stores. I've seen the same people walk by twice. I've seen floor patterns change in front of my eyes. You get the picture. But the story that I'm about to tell is the strangest thing that has happened to me, and I hope it's good enough to be read on here. For context, I am an almost senior woman now, and was in my 30s when this happened. It helps to note that I have never been lucky in relationships in the past. I had short relationships and was dumped often back then. The first time this happened was in 1991. I had been dating ex number 1. It seemed to be going well for about a month, and then suddenly he just decided to dump me. I did not know why he dumped me, and I didn't handle it well, and would phone and pester them for about a week, wanting to know why he did, before deciding to move on. I had stopped calling ex number 1 for a good month. One day, I heard the phone ring and just didn't feel like answering it. I rarely answer the phone, and I let the answering machine get it. It was a landline phone, as we didn't really have cell phones back then. I let the answering machine take this particular call, and this was back when you could hear the caller leaving the message in real time. I heard ex number 1 yelling, "Stop calling me! I want you to leave me alone and want nothing to do with you." I picked up the phone and asked him what he was talking about, and told him that I hadn't called him in about a month, and that I was moving on already. He insisted that I had been calling him non-stop. I asked him, "Was this recently?" He said yes. I told him that I have not been calling him, and told him to leave me alone. I thought, well, maybe he was actually missing me and was wanting to get my attention somehow. I had a roommate who could vouch for me, and told me that she hadn't seen me call him because they thought that he might be mad. I dismissed it until it happened again with a different ex, who we'll call ex number 2. I didn't actually date ex number 2, but I wanted to, so we'll still just call him ex number 2. We met and became really good friends, and we had lots of fun together. I was really into him and could have sworn that he was into me. This relationship actually lasted almost a year. I decided it was time to tell him how I felt, so I did, in the form of a nice card. He totally distanced himself from me, and it became clear that he didn't want what I wanted. So, sadly, I just accepted it and moved on. I didn't call this guy at all after it ended, as I had the first guy. 2 months later, and I was moving on just fine, my roommate came home and laughingly told me that he'd told her that I was calling him all the time and bothering him. You see, she and he were also friends. She could totally vouch for me and told him herself that I had not been calling him. She told him that I had not mentioned him at all, and that I was not interested in him at all anymore. I thought this was funny, and she thought that he was still thinking of me. I remembered the time that this happened earlier, and I started to wonder what the heck was going on. But, again, I dismissed it until it happened again in 1997. So, yes, I met a guy who will be known as ex number 3. We had a great time together for about 4 or 5 months. I have to admit, I got a little demanding, and I messed this one up. He dumped me, and I was sad about it for months. I did not harass him on the phone at all, but would run into him a lot when going out at night. Yes, I would run into him on purpose. I didn't bother him when I saw him, though. Also, the fact that my bestie was dating his roommate made that all the more possible. I was hopeful for about 2 months, but I started feeling better and moving on, but I was still going out with my bestie and having fun with her. She called me one day and told me that he had told her that I had been pestering him and would not leave him alone. She said to me that she told him that I had moved on a long time ago and had not been calling him. I was starting to wonder why this was happening, and how could it be that these three guys could all think that I had been calling them? Even if they had changed their minds and wanted me back, what are the chances that they would all use the same weird ploy to get my attention? They did not know each other, and the friends that were involved did not know each other. It happened again with ex number 4. I met him through another close friend of mine in 1998. He and I hit it off, and had a great time for about a month. He just ghosted me, just stopped calling me. Neither my friend or I could figure out why he did this. He hadn't disappeared because he still called and hung out with her. He had a pager at this time. This was still before cell phones were a really big thing, but pagers were. I paged him a fair bit for about 3 weeks, or maybe even a month. I gave up after a while, realizing that this was not going to get me anywhere, especially when he didn't call me back. Again, I moved on, but still hung out and went out with my friends. Neither one of us drank. This is important so you know that I wasn't drunk when the weirdness happened. I would often crash on her couch when we went out on the weekends, as we lived quite far apart, and I didn't have a car at the time. So one day my friend called me and said that something strange is going on. She told me that he told her that I had been paging him non-stop all week. I said that I haven't paged him for a long time. Is he mistaking the pages for the past pages? She told me no, that he had meant that they were recent. He showed her the pager and there had been pages from me recently. The only thing is, I had not been paging him. Then, she told me that there was one on a night that I had been out with her and had spent the night at her place. The page had come from my phone number at my house. Another strange thing is, it had come in at 6 a.m. She explained to him that that was not me, and it couldn't have been because I was still asleep on her couch at her place. She and I were both baffled by this. I did have roommates at the time, and I wondered if one of them could be doing it. I may have even asked them, but I can't remember. Between the three of us, a lot of numbers were dialed, and it was unlikely that hitting a redial would have reached his pager, especially since they didn't know his number. I hadn't given it to them. I can't see how any of my roommates would get up at 6 a.m. on a weekend just to page him. Also, I was good friends with them, so they had no reason to do that to me. So what happened? Did I just somehow black out, race home on a train that wasn't running yet, page him, and then race back to my friend's couch? It was strange. So, I am baffled by this pattern to this day, and the similarity of the circumstances with these guys that didn't know each other at all. What are the chances of all of them making it all up and lying about me bugging them? I'm beginning to think that I have a crazy doppelganger that was stalking them, or maybe I glitched out into a different reality where I was harassing them when they said I was. It hasn't happened again, that I know of. Maybe there is some rational explanation, but I haven't found one yet. So, one day, around a year ago, I was hanging out at my neighborhood's local park. It had everything you would expect of a park. Playgrounds, a forest, typical park things. One important feature of this park is that it has a large white fence at the top of this hill that separates the sidewalk and road from the park itself, which is where I saw this glitch in the Matrix. I had basically decided that I'd go visit a friend for a bit, which turned out that we could not hang at her house, so we instead chose the park, which is around a 10-minute walk away from my house. We were just hanging out for a while on the swings. Nothing seemed off. Some people would come and go from the park. Kids were around and playing, and me and my friend, who we'll just call Lynn for privacy reasons, were just talking about school, what homework we had left, the crushes we had, typical girl talk. We sat there on the swings at the park for around an hour when I realized that the park was empty, and it was just the two of us left. It wasn't too weird, honestly. It was around 5 p.m., and it was getting to be around people's typical dinner time. So we just shrugged it off. Better for us anyways. We didn't have to worry about people eavesdropping. We stayed and talked for a little bit longer after that, until I looked around the park while we talked, and I noticed some lady, probably in her 40s, walking her dog at the top of the hill on the sidewalk, behind the fence that I mentioned earlier, which was probably about 30 feet away from me and my friend. And all of a sudden, she stopped, mid-step, and so did her dog. I pointed it out to Lynn, and she looked at the lady too, and we remarked that it was very strange, and that it looked like she was just frozen. This went on for about 2 minutes, maybe longer. It honestly felt like hours. No cars came down the road behind the fence, no kids came to the playground, no birds were chirping, no squirrels, just nothing. And then, all of a sudden, she just starts walking again. Now, may I mention that her dog had no way of knowing she had stopped. The dog was on a rather long leash, and was walking pretty far in front of her. So, when she just stopped, the leash didn't tug. They both just froze. Anyways, I got freaked out, and Lynn did too, and we just went home right after that. I don't know if that woman was playing a trick on us, which seems unlikely, considering that from her angle she couldn't see us by a few trees blocking the way, or maybe she was on her phone, but if she was, I couldn't see it. I truly hope that I don't have to experience this weird time freeze ever again. Hi, Raven. I love listening to your stories. The sound of your voice is soothing, and you really have a gift. Thank you. Listening to many of these stories reminds me that I'm not alone when it comes to all the vivid dreams, out-of-body experiences, weird and paranormal events I have experienced since I was a child. There are so many experiences I've had over the years that I could give you content for months. Please do. I'm just trying to find the time to write them all down. For now, here's an experience that I would love to get some insight on from your listeners, if they've had a similar experience or might have an idea of what's going on in this situation. So, here goes. I live in a New England coastal area. My husband, 3 young adult sons, and I moved to this new home over 4 years ago. It's a fairly new construction. I don't believe there are ghosts or any negative spirits in this home from the previous owners. The house is very bright, light, and airy, and it feels like a calm and positive place to live. Now, before I explain the glitch, I have to give you a little background information. This information will give your listeners some background or insight as to why this glitch, or whatever you want to call it, may have occurred. So, my mom died unexpectedly on July 1st of 2019. This was a real shock, although I had a very vivid dream about her 2 days before she died. I've only shared this dream with 2 other people the morning I woke up, my husband and my sister. The day that my mother died, my husband and I had just arrived at the resort in Bar Harbor, Maine. We were planning a 4th of July vacation at the resort. It was several hours after we arrived at the resort, the first day of our vacation, when my sister called me with the news about my mother. She said, "Do you remember what you told me about that dream you had the other day?" I said that I did. She paused for several moments, and then she told me that my dream had come true. That Mom was actually dead. I was taken aback and got mad and hung up on her, thinking she was playing a mean joke on me. She called back and told me that it was true, and that it wasn't a joke. After the shock and tears, I had to accept that even though it was very upsetting, unexpected, and heartbreaking because I never got to say goodbye, I knew that it wasn't my fault. It was a dream. I never imagined that it would have actually happened. It's not like I have control of my dreams, nor could I have warned her. My husband and I knew that it was going to take a while to arrange the funeral, as many relatives don't live in this country. We would have to give them time to come to the US. Although this was a very difficult time for me, my husband and I stayed for a few days at the resort where I planned the wake, funeral, and repast along with my sister who lived in the same state as my mom. The day we had the wake, burial, and repast, my cousin Sylvie heard me explaining in English to other English-speaking relatives about a dream that I had 2 days before my mother died. She listened quietly and intently. Sylvie speaks and understands English pretty well. I also recounted my dream again in French to some of the non-English-speaking relatives, and Sylvie was again nearby listening to me share this unusual dream. Both in French and in English, she heard me as I explained that I had a dream 2 days before my mother died. In this dream, I saw my mother walking in a white gown with long white bell sleeves, and a long white veil. She looked youthful, healthy, and beautiful. Her skin was glowing and she had a smile that was beaming with joy. It was a joy that I have never witnessed or experienced before. In this dream, I was able to see the front and back of her at the same time. It was unusual to be able to do this. Her entire being radiated pure light and joy. While she was walking, I was able to follow behind her, but at some point I telepathically knew that I wasn't going to be able to go any further and follow her to wherever she was going. My mom was then greeted by many people in robes. These robed people were lined up on her left side, and she walked towards them. They were jubilant at her arrival. It felt as if she had graduated the school of life. The closer I got, that's when I realized that these robed people were all the ancestors that passed before her. They knew her, and she knew them. They welcomed her with open arms and such love. Sylvie didn't say much to me about this dream at the repast. She was simple, very empathetic, and somber. About a week later, she emailed me. She told me that her mom was an artist like my father. She said what I described in my dream reminded her of a painting that she has in her home that her mother had painted 60 years earlier. She had me recount my dream again to her, and she said that she couldn't believe my dream was describing the painting her mother had painted 60 years ago. Sylvie wanted to give me this painting. She was going to mail the painting, but I told her that I would come to her country and pick up the painting in a few weeks. Several weeks later, I went to visit my cousin in her country, and she gave me the painting. It was shocking. It was exactly what I saw in my dream. It was one of the strangest things to see. My dream was a framed oil painting. I was particularly taken aback because in my dream, on the left side there were painted spirits, while my mom was in a white, long, bell-sleeved gown with the long white veil trailing behind her. What I didn't observe in my dream that I could clearly see in this painting, on the right side, was the face of my father. He died when I was 4 years old. In the painting, my father was to the right of my mother holding my second oldest sister. She had died of SIDS a couple of years before I was born. It was clearly my father holding an infant. It's important to note that this painting was painted by my father's older sister over 60 years ago, which is well before my parents ever knew each other. This is before my sister, the sister that died of SIDS, my brother, or even I were a thought. My aunt must have painted something that was in her subconscious, and it was exactly what I saw in my dreams 2 days before my mother died. When I came back to the US with the painting that Sylvie's mother painted, I put the painting below a smaller sunset painting that my father had painted 5 years before I was born in my closets. These paintings were not tucked away. They were clearly on display in a very large walk-in closet area. I arranged these two family paintings in a beautiful spot above a seated area in this closet. Now that you have the background, this may help you understand the glitch. So, a couple of weeks ago, I heard something fall down on the second level of the house. I was in another room on the same level of the house at the time that I heard the object fall. I wasn't able to immediately identify what the sound was or where it was coming from, which felt peculiar. A little while later, when I went into my walk-in closet, inside of the master bedroom, I realized what fell was the large rectangular framed painting that was painted by Sylvie's mom, the painting of my dream. These paintings have been displayed in my walk-in closet since we moved to that house. The smaller sunset painting my father painted 5 years before I was born is above the much larger painting that my aunt painted of the dream that I had of my mother. Once I noticed the large painting had fallen from the hook, which is strange in and of itself, because this heavy paint that has this heavy picture frame wire secured on either side of the back of the wood frame would have had to have bounced off a J-shaped hook to fall from the wall. This is virtually impossible. No other objects caused the painting to fall. I quickly tried to ring-hang it by placing the wire behind the painting onto the picture frame hook that was still securely nailed into the wall. For some reason, as I was trying to place the wire back into the hook, the painting was not resting on the hook properly. Finally, I was able to get the wire onto the J-hook. When I tried to adjust and center the painting beneath the painting my father had painted, the top of the frame of this large painting would overlap the bottom of the framed one that my father made, that was on its own hook, hanging above where the larger painting should be. These two paintings have been hanging in my closet since we moved into this house. The larger painting, the one that my aunt had made, is displayed directly below the smaller horizontal framed painting that my father made. I tried every configuration to get the painting back on the wall without touching the smaller one. The nails with the professional painting hooks were secured intact in the wall for both paintings. No matter how I tried to hang the painting, they would now overlap, as if the nails were moved too close together. This should not be possible, because there are no other holes in the wall other than where the original painting hooks have been installed 4 years ago. I checked the wire on both paintings. Neither were loose or tampered with. I tried hanging it by putting the wire on the nails other than the hook. I tried hanging it by putting the wires behind the nail. I tried squeezing the hook tighter. I even tried putting the larger painting above the smaller one in the event that I hung the larger painting above the other. I tried it even though it didn't make sense, nor would it be aesthetically pleasing. No matter what configuration I tried, or what I did, the two paintings now overlapped. The situation is impossible. They have never overlapped before, so why now? The only thing I can think of is that my mom died on July 1st 5 years ago, and the painting fell off the hook around this date. Maybe my mother wanted to let me know she's around and with my father and sister. I'm honestly not sure what to make of this. I even wonder if this would be considered a glitch. Perhaps it's a ghost, maybe a spirit, or maybe it's something else altogether. Whatever it is, I wonder if someone has an idea of what this could be, or if someone has had this experience before. So, I was driving down my road towards my house, and I see my neighbor spraying the road in front of his house, which is right after mine. I really didn't think much of it, figured maybe he spilled something and was spraying off whatever he spilled. I pulled into my driveway, as I usually walk in front of my car, jump on my porch, and open the door. But this time I was walking around the back of my car, and when I look up, my neighbor is now spraying off his car that's now in the road where he was spraying before. I figured that his girlfriend must have just pulled up right when I was pulling in, and that's why I didn't see her drive up. There was just a couple of seconds from the time that I parked to when I saw the car, so naturally I was expecting to see the driver somewhere, either in the car or walking out. But she never walks into view, so I start walking over there. In my gut, I had this feeling that something just wasn't right. It was like I knew that the car didn't just pull up, and was there the whole time. But it wasn't there, or I would have seen it, right? So I walk up to my neighbor and say, "This is a dumb question, but was your car here the whole time, or did it just pull up now?" He looks at me a little funny and says, "No, it's been here for the past 30 minutes. I've been washing it." I tell him that when I pulled up, this car was not parked here. I say, "You were spraying the road, and there was no car." Not wanting to sound any more crazy than I already did, I just turned and walked away. I've known this guy my whole life, so he just laughs, not realizing that I'm freaking out inside. My heart is racing like I just saw a ghost or something. I seem to experience this type of glitch pretty often, but it's always something small, like my lighter or something on the counter that I could have overlooked. Although it's been getting more clear that things are gone 1 second, and then back the next. There's still the possibility that I just didn't notice it. I never really know for sure. This time though, I know for absolute certainty that car was 100% not there. The road had a big circle of soapy bubbles, and he was spraying in the center, as if there was a car there, but I just couldn't see it. The neighbors next to him have a big trailer parked in the road, and I remember I could see nothing but pavement from where I was all the way down to that trailer. No car in between. I think deep down, we all know that the world we live in is just too amazing for us to have it all figured out. So experiencing something like this, it just kinda confirms something I already knew. And even though this has happened, it's almost as if it never happened. I still have 1,000,001 questions. Thanks for reading my true story, and I hope you all enjoyed the glitch of my life. Last summer, 2 of my friends and I, 30s, female, were carpooling to the airport in the early hours of the morning to catch our flight. It was around 3 to 4 a.m. I was in the passenger seat, my friend was driving, and we had just picked up the 3rd friend. We all live in the suburbs near Detroit. My friend, who was picked up last, lives only 5 to 10 minutes from DTW. We were driving down a well-lit 2-lane road. The area is well populated, and you often do see pedestrians out and about at any given hour. Anyway, as we were driving, we stopped at a red light at an intersection. Directly ahead, we see a man, looking to be in his 30s or 40s, riding a modern-day red bicycle near the edge of the road, heading in our direction. He was wearing a beanie hat, a flannel, and shorts. I don't recall his shoes, but I do remember that he had a backpack on. He had longer hair that poked out from the bottom of his hat, and some facial hair from what I can recall. My friend who was driving said, "He better hurry, it's starting to sprinkle," which prompted me to look up from my phone and look at the man again as he was getting closer. All 3 of us were looking at this guy, and he was getting closer by the second. He was almost to the crosswalk directly in front of us, right under a streetlight, when he started to freaking turn transparent and flicker, like an old movie on a projector. You know how sepia photos or filters look? Like warmer, muted, vintage-looking brown tones? I watched him and his bright-ass red bike turn from vibrant color to sepia in a millisecond, and then instantly vanish into thin air. I instantly shot my head to the left to lock eyes with my friend. Both of us were in shock. Our eyes were wide and our mouths were open in utter disbelief. Our friend in the back seat was the first to process what had just happened and said, where did he freaking go? Did you guys see that? He turned see-through. Where did he go? What the hell? We all kind of let out some shrieks and freaked the hell out, all talking a mile a minute as we each quickly confirmed that we had all saw the same sequence of events occur right before our eyes, under direct light. I had goosebumps and my eyes were welling up with tears because it gave me the urge to cry. I was just so tripped out about what I had just seen. We all retold the story one by one over and over again, all the way to the airport, and also continued to recount the experience until we got to our destination. We're all friends to this day, and we still talk about this event often. I think about that day any time I pass that intersection and intently watch any pedestrian that I happen to see there. It's an experience that I will never forget, and what ultimately led me down the Matrix rabbit hole. A simulation glitch is the only explanation for what occurred to us, and it perplexes me to this day. If you read this far, thanks for taking the time to read my story. I'm a big fan of your content, and have been listening for the last couple of months, but I'm not sure if these instances count as glitches in the Matrix, but many are definitely paranormal. This is a long one, so sorry about that. I have 3 cats, 1 female and 2 males, which may be important. Let's call them Lena, Simba, and Prince. And I have several encounters revolving around each of them. 1. Lena was meant to go into minor surgery, and the day before, I thought it would be a nice idea to let her and Simba into the yard while I was doing some work out there. Prince couldn't because he was too young, and he didn't have the shots to go outside. We saw her and Simba go into the yard with me, on camera, and then I shut the door to make sure Prince could not get out. Then, on camera, it shows my mother letting Simba in. As time passed, I realized I no longer saw Lena. I frantically searched the yard as my entire family came out to help. We checked the cameras all over my back and front yard to see which direction she headed, but for some reason, the camera connection was cut in the entire yard, and reconnected right before Simba was let in. This was extremely odd. After this, my mom went to pray that she would come back, and literally immediately, Lena walked right up in front of her. She seemed stressed and had trouble urinating for the rest of the day. The next day I brought her in for surgery and told the vet what happened, and she said that it was not uncommon for her to hear stories of cats doing similar things before surgical procedures. This may not be a glitch or paranormal, but just the circumstances and timing. Along with the fact that is somehow common, it surprised me. Number 2, this story isn't quite as long as Lena's, but I have seen Prince and Simba walk around gleefully several times, and only seconds later, I hear loud, drown-out meows from one of them. When I go to see where they are, they're in a small storage cabinet in my kitchen. This almost always happens when I'm the only one home, and even if others were home, they would have probably seen a cat that's almost the same size as the cabinet themselves sitting in there. This has happened at least 5 times for Prince and Simba respectively, and they never seemed distressed at all afterwards. We tried to see if there was any holes that they were somehow sneaking in through, and we found absolutely nothing. It's just weird that it only happens with my boys, though. I heard in many cultures that cats are connected to the divine and supernatural, so this may just be another example of that. I have other paranormal instances related to my cat, but it's honestly a super long story, and I may tell it another time, I'm not sure. But thank you for listening, and I look forward to hearing if anyone else has had similar experiences involving a pet. I don't normally give my opinion or afterthought, but I will absolutely say people have. Cats do not operate within the Matrix. Just putting that out there. Around 2012, I had a missing time experience. My best friend and I rented a house together. We were both in our early 20s and working full-time jobs. I'm not sure why, but the house always gave me creepy vibes. I especially hated being alone in the house. Since we were young at the time, we were always looking for fun stuff to do. We lived in a college town that had kind of aged out of that lifestyle, so we found other hobbies. Chat roulette was a big thing back then, and we would get on there in the evening and talk to random people. One night we stayed up a little past midnight talking and laughing, drinking a little wine before going to bed. The next morning is when things got weird. I woke up as usual around 7 a.m. It took less than an hour to shower, get dressed, and to walk my dog. I only lived 5 minutes from where I worked, and I had to be at work by 8, so this was my usual routine. The time of year that it was still a little dark when I got up. My small dog slept with me, and I would give her morning pets and tell myself that I would take her out after my shower when it wasn't as dark. So I went to take my shower. I had one of those Jack and Jill bathrooms, and so I had to go into the bathroom and then shut the door leading into my housemate's bedroom. I remember hearing her alarm clock going off and she was still sleeping. I come out of my shower and go into my bedroom to see that it was bright daylight, and I grabbed my phone and saw that it was almost 9 a.m. I was supposed to be at work by 8. This would have meant that I had been in the shower for almost 2 hours. I know this couldn't have been because it was an old house and we did not have a lot of hot water. I was used to quick showers. While I'm holding my phone, I see I have a ton of missed calls. I listened to a voicemail from my dad saying that my boss had called him looking for me. He was my work emergency contact. Then there was a knock at my bedroom door. Not my house door, the actual door to my bedroom. It was a police officer doing a welfare check. I tell him I'm not dressed as I'm still in my towel for my shower, and I ask how he got into my home. He said that he came in because the door to my home was wide open. I thank him for coming to check and tell him that I'm okay, and he asks me to call my boss and let her know that I'm okay. He left, and I'm completely anxious and disoriented. I called my dad and then my boss and told them that I was okay, but that I had overslept. I didn't know how to explain what had really happened. I go check on my housemate's dog, who was still in his little kennel barking like crazy at this point, and lock the door to the house, which I guess the officer closed on his way out. I then called my best friend / housemate and told her everything. She was already at work at this point. She said that she remembered closing the door to the house, but apologized, thinking maybe she just didn't pull it together hard enough. I ended up going to work super late with wet hair still. I had a mean boss at the time, and I was so afraid that I would get fired for my unexplained tardiness. To this day, I don't know what happened between when I woke up and when I got out of the shower. Nothing else like this has ever happened again. But I did not sleep well after that. I was very weirded out. Let me start by saying that this will be long. My heart is already beating fast telling this story. Only those closest to me know that this has happened. Until now. When I was 25 years old, I was driving home from work one night. I lived in Los Angeles at the time. I was driving on Sunset Boulevard heading west towards my apartment in Brentwood. For those that are not familiar with the area, there is an expanse of sunset near UCLA that is very curvy. It is 2 lanes on either side with no shoulder. It was 8:30 on a Saturday night, so there was some traffic. I was driving along and all of a sudden, about 50 feet in front of me, I saw a car. But I was looking at the passenger door. A car had spun out of control and was perpendicular in my lane. I didn't have time to stop. I looked to my right and saw that there was a car next to me, so I had nowhere to go. I instinctively turned my car all the way to the right anyway. Once I had cleared the first car, I spun it all the way to the left, still trying to avoid the second car. While all of this was happening, I remembered a time with my mom at Disney World when I was 3. This is not a memory I have ever had. I vaguely remember parts of that trip, but this memory was not one of them. I realized then that my life was flashing before my eyes, and I was going to die. I had never been so sure of anything. Every part of me knew that I was about to die. I started screaming. To this day, I don't know if I vocalized anything or if it was all in my head. I yelled, No, this isn't fair. I'm not done yet," all the while swerving all over Sunset Boulevard. I suddenly stopped my car and I was now perpendicular in the opposing lane of traffic. I looked around, and there was not a single car anywhere. It was like everything had been wiped clean. I put my car in reverse and proceeded home. I did not see a single car the rest of the way. I was only 5 minutes away from home at that point, but Sunset Boulevard on a Saturday night was completely empty. I got to my apartment and parked on the street. I didn't see one person. While walking to my apartment, I came to the conclusion that I had died, and because I said no, I was stuck in some kind of limbo. I had never wanted my roommate to be home so badly. Unfortunately, she wasn't. I called one of my best friends and said, "I need to ask you some questions. Please just answer me, and I'll explain after." I asked her my name, my age, what city we lived in, and the current date. Obviously, she was very alarmed. I explained that I thought I was dead, and I wasn't really sure that I was on the phone with her. She tried to convince me that I was alive and that everything was okay. There was no way mathematically to escape it. There was nowhere for the car on the right to go. This moment has haunted me my whole life. There have been times when I've questioned my existence. I've wondered if my life since has been a very long, detailed death trip, and I'm actually lying on Sunset Boulevard bleeding out. After many years of meditation, spiritual practice, and belief in quantum physics, I wonder what life I jumped into. This happened to me years ago, and it messed with my mind. None of it made sense. I was working for a company where I did deliveries. We had clients that were mostly in the city that I worked in, with a few that were a few hours' drive from the shop. One drive in particular was a 200-mile drive one way. They were our largest account for a long time, and it more than paid off for the time and fuel used to get up there and back. This was a trip that I did all in one day, so 400-mile round trip. This may seem like a useless detail to put here, but it will provide context for the rest of the story. The first few times running this delivery was pretty daunting. It was a full-day event, 3 to 4 hours up and the same time back depending on traffic, weather, and other circumstances. It got easier after doing it twice a month for a few months. My body acclimated to it, and it became a drive that I enjoyed doing. The company I worked for was tiny, family-owned and run. Excellent people to work for. They treated their employees as if they were extended family. The most enjoyable part of it was not having anyone around you, needing you to do things, or breathing down your neck. A good 85% of the drive was on an interstate, I-94 to be exact. By the time this experience happened, I had done this drive hundreds of times. I knew the drive and the route very well. I could drive it blindfolded, as the saying goes. One time I was driving this route was a beautiful summer day. Bright blue sky, comfortably warm, and traffic was flowing well. By this point, I had already been on the interstate for an hour or so. Anyone who has driven interstates for any distance knows that there are part of interstates where exits, on and off ramps, become pretty sparse with miles in between them. Around this time, I passed an on-ramp onto the interstate that I was traveling on. At the time, nothing seemed amiss. I looked in my rear view and noticed a car coming up the on-ramp, and merging behind me. Nothing unusual about that. It happens pretty often. Just your usual run-of-the-mill car, probably something like a Toyota Camry that is a dime a dozen with your average Joe behind the wheel. This is where things become weird. A few minutes later, I look in my rear view again and that car is no longer there. I looked to my left side to see if he was in the passing lane to get around me, but he wasn't there either. Nor was he in front of me like he had made the pass without me noticing it. Some might think, well, maybe he got off at the next exit without you noticing. The thing is, that wasn't possible. This was a stretch of the interstate where entrance ramps and the next exit ramp were miles apart. Not just a few miles, but 15 to 20 miles apart. As to be expected, as this part of the interstate went through the middle of nowhere. It didn't pass through or near any cities or towns for there to be exit ramps to get to. And there were no rest stops, or waysides that he could have pulled off into either. This car just up and disappeared. While I was thinking about what had happened and where he could have disappeared, I started to notice that something else was off as well. I couldn't quite put my finger on it at first, just a sense of unease about something that I couldn't articulate to myself. That's when I noticed that the sky had turned a solid, dull gray. Not an overcast gray where there would be clouds or smoke in the air. It was just gray. Like something else had replaced the sky, and the scenery was drab. And that wasn't the only thing. I also noticed that there was no traffic for miles. Not in front of me, not in back, not even on the other side of the interstate. Sure, this would happen from time to time, especially during times when traffic was light, but that would only last a few minutes at a time at most. This felt like it went on for hours. It was quite unnerving as I had no idea what was going on. I'm a person who is usually a very rational, critical thinker, but there didn't seem to be anything rational about this. After what seemed like an eternity, but was likely only a few minutes, I suddenly had what I could only describe as feeling like I had blacked out for a split second. If anyone else has experienced this, you know what I'm talking about. It's like suddenly coming to again, or being thrust back into your reality, where your whole body jumps, or lurches and you shake your head and rid yourself of the feeling. After that momentary lapse in consciousness, everything was back to normal. The sky, the traffic, everything. As if nothing ever happened. I also noticed that I was about an hour closer to my stop. I got off the next exit and pulled into a convenience store parking lot to gather myself and to let my nerves calm. all the while playing the events back in my head, trying to decide what happened. After my mind and body calmed down, I went into the store, used the facilities, and got back into the vehicle, then continued the drive. The rest of the day went normally, and that never happened to me again. If anyone has any idea of what the heck happened, I would be interested in hearing it. Last night, after dinner, my partner, who I'll call H, went back into the kitchen for something and observed Luna, our black cat, sitting on the little red stool that I put in the kitchen in front of our French doors a few days ago, so the cats can look out. We have red curtains flanking those doors, and the curtains were pulled closed, providing a contrasting backdrop for Luna, who was on the stool. H said, "Hey, Luna's on the stool, and he shows up well with that red curtain behind him. I'm always talking about how I can't take good photos of Luna because he's black and you can never see him well. It was just a passing comment, and I made a mental note to take a photo of him sometime in that spot." So, H comes back to join me on the sofa. We chat for about 10 to 15 minutes or so, and he gets back up to go back to the kitchen. He said, "Luna's still here on the stool." I told him that was weird, that he'd just be hanging out by himself in a dark and closed-off kitchen. Normally, he'd be with us wherever we are. It wasn't like he had anything to look at outside. The curtains were closed due to the cold drafts. I tried to reason out that weird behavior, but cats do weird things, so I didn't think much of it. I told H that he's probably just waiting for a treat. I had been giving the cats treats every night for the last 3 nights or so that kind of made sense. As H was leaving the kitchen, he tried calling for Luna to come out, but he didn't. I tried calling too from the sofa. By the way, you can't see the kitchen door or stool where Luna was from our sofa in the living room. As H was walking out of the kitchen and through the dining room toward the sofa again, we were talking about how Luna knows the word treat, and that I have to spell it out so that he doesn't get worked up. H suggested that I call out that I have a treat so that maybe he'd come out of the dark kitchen and join us in the living room. I told him that if I did that, I would have to actually get up and go get a treat from the kitchen when he came out. I was being lazy. But ultimately, we decided to test the little experiment. By this time, H had joined me back on the sofa. There is a chair next to the sofa where our blonde cat, Soul, was snoozing away on a cozy black blanket through all of this. I noted that I wasn't sure if Soul knew the word treat as well as Luna, and said that it would be interesting to see how Soul responds. I start saying at first in a softer voice, "Anybody want a treat?" Still no Luna emerging from the kitchen. So I said it again, a little louder. We looked over at Soul, and he was slowly opening up his sleepy little eyes. But still no Luna. I said it again 2 or 3 times, and all the while we were glancing between Soul and toward the dark kitchen entry, watching to see if Luna would come out. And then, when I was looking at Soul, whose head was completely raised at this point, I see right beside him another pair of green eyes, and quickly realize, we actually both realized this at the same time, that Luna was curled up on the chair with Soul. And when I say curled up, it was that kind of curled up they're in when cats are total relaxation or nap mode. I'm not sure about other people who have cat siblings, but with my cats, if they end up napping together, it usually starts with one cat already asleep, usually Soul, and then the other cat will jump up on them and start cleaning them, licking their ears and faces. And then one of 2 things will happen. They either start to play fight until it turns serious-ish, in which I usually have to scold one of them because usually the napping cat just isn't in the mood to play fight, or, on rare occasions, the imposing cat just cleans his brother and then curls up and sleeps right next to him. It is never just a cat jumps up on the other side and goes to sleep or in chill mode. It's always a process. I know this because I always have to keep an eye on them when one jumps on the other in case one, usually Luna, starts bullying the other, biting too hard, etc. So this means at some point between H leaving the kitchen the second time, when he observed Luna still on the stool, and coming to the sofa, Luna would have had to have darted out really quick without us noticing, and then ran straight to the chair his brother was in, all within full view of where we both were, and settled down right away without waking his brother up. That is just not the way that Luna operates. He doesn't dart through the house unless, on rare occasions, he's playing with his brother and they have the zoomies. Otherwise, Luna lumbers. He's a lumberer. And that's why his nickname is Luna Bear. He looks and lumbers like a small black bear, and what's more, I had called out, anybody want a treat? And treat, several times. Ordinarily, when treat time is announced, he always comes running into the room. Always the kitchen, except for last night when we were trying to lure him from the kitchen. Meowing like crazy, and acting like he's dying or going through withdrawals and just needs a hit of that life-saving cat treat. It's a running joke that the food and treats are one of the rare things that he'll actually run for. But he was just sitting there on the chair, curled up next to his brother looking at me like, what are you going on about? We were, or are, so baffled. H and I looked at each other like, what the hell just happened? He immediately went back to the kitchen where he just was, and there was no Luna on the stool, because Luna was apparently on the chair next to us. I don't even know, but damn. I'm not sure if this is considered a glitch, a time slip, or just delusion, but this is something that happened to me and my family that we cannot explain. In summer of 2011, in the car was me, 19, my sister, dad, and stepmom, and we were on our way to a campsite. We had other family joining us. My uncle and Nan, both arriving separately, called us saying that they were setting off, asking if we needed anything from the shops, and to let us know their arrival times. We were over halfway there, and they would be arriving about 3 hours after us. We carried on driving, switched radio stations, and went through a tunnel. When we came out, the phone was ringing again. It was my Nan asking where we were, kind of relieved that she had gotten a hold of us. My Nan and my uncle had already arrived at the campsite. My dad said, "Oh, so you're already there? Save us a pitch then." And my Nan responded, "Where have you been if you're still on your way?" The conversation didn't make much sense. My dad got frustrated and said, "What do you mean, where have we been? You just spoke to us." My Nan told us that they'd been calling us because they couldn't get a hold of us. My stepmom pointed to the time on the radio, and about 4 hours had passed. 4 hours had passed in 30 seconds. My dad ended the call with my Nan, and for a moment we were all silent. My sister said, "What's going on?" And my dad said that the time must have changed when we changed the radio station, and that our family was playing a dumb joke. Our phones showed that time had passed. Again, silence. We arrived, briefly spoke about it with family, and ignored it. We've spoken about it maybe 2 to 3 times. My dad is either convinced that we went through a time vortex, got abducted, or we were jokingly drugged by our stepmom, as she's a GP. My stepmom says that we must have got the times wrong, or, at worst, had some kind of shared delusions or amnesia. Either way, we don't know what happened. today, I may have experienced a glitch in the Matrix while walking my dogs. One of my dogs, a border collie, sometimes pulls on her walks. Because of this, she has always walked in a harness. It goes over her head, wraps under her chest, and clips closed on both sides of her body behind her front legs. It fits very snug on her. My border collie is walked on a 6-foot leash that is attached to the harness. There is no way that she can easily come out of the harness when she pulls or when standing still. The only way it may be possible for her to get out of it is if she backs away from you while she is looking at you with significant force, and at the same time you pull the leash towards yourself, i.e., like playing tug of war with your dog. In this extreme case, the harness could potentially pull over her head. Anyway, today it was raining lightly. No other people or dogs were around. Both of my dogs were relaxed, sniffing along a fence after walking for about 1.5 kilometers. As I said, she was relaxed. The leash was slack, and she was about 4 feet from me. When she finished sniffing a particular spot, she turned about 90 degrees toward me, and pop. The harness was on the ground next to her. It was all clipped together and still in the shape of her body. The only difference was that she was not in the harness. I wasn't talking on the phone, or looking at the screen, or daydreaming. I was just looking at the dogs to make sure they didn't pick up and eat any crap off the ground, as my dog sometimes does. It was like I blinked and she was out of the harness. I'm not a big Matrix believer, but thinking back on this event, the blink I experienced just before she popped out of the harness, it seemed to be more significant than a typical eye blink that lasts a microsecond. It was not a long blink, but for some reason my brain keeps thinking back to that blink, which seemed different. I keep wanting to describe it as a thicker and darker blink. It's hard to understand and explain. Anyway, do you think this could be a glitch in the Matrix? Or am I just losing my mind? Back in 2013, we had a comet come close enough to Earth to be seen with the naked eye, ISON. I remember this specifically because I was a paranormal investigator back then, and had heard many stories about anomalies happening when comets came through the Earth's atmosphere. Our small team of investigators were on the lookout for interesting cases in our smallish town to investigate next, as we pretty much saturated the local well-known haunts. To my surprise, the anomalies that happened within a span of 2 weeks during this time did not come as a lead for a paranormal investigation, but as strange stories told to me by my friends and coworkers at the time. My friend, we can call her Mary, was up early on a weekday morning that had a fresh snowfall, one of the first that season, from the night before. Her husband was up even earlier and kissed her goodbye as he left for work in his pickup truck. Mary had her own car, which was parked in front of the garage. And for context, Mary and her husband lived alone with their dog on a secluded property, surrounded by a forest in all directions. The only opening to get to their house is a long gravel driveway from the road. As soon as he left, Mary took the dog out, as she habitually did, and clipped on the long leash before hopping into the shower to get ready for work. She told me that she remembered stepping outside and hurrying because the snow was cold on her feet, but was still vigilant about properly attaching her dog, as he had a tendency to want to chase squirrels. He was a fairly large and protective dog, a boxer, and not friendly at all with strangers. When she got out of the shower, she hurried to bring the dog back in and put on her slippers this time. When she got outside, she saw the leash was lying on the ground, and in a panic, starting to yell for the dog and sprinting up the driveway in fear that he had gotten out to the road, where he could have been hit by a passing vehicle. She could not hear him barking or running. There was no sound at all. She started looking for paw prints where his leash reached. There was nothing. I asked her if she saw any footprints also, seeing as this was fresh snow and easily noticeable, but there were no footprints, she said. Only the tire tracks her husband left when he went to work. I also asked if there were 2 sets of tracks, in case he had reversed or come back for any reason while he was in the shower, and she said no. There was definitely only 1 set of tracks. As she walked back towards the house, her mind was racing as to what she should do next, when movement inside her vehicle caught her eye. She walked up to the garage and saw her dog sitting in the passenger seat, looking forward and happy as usual. She went to open the car door, but it was locked. She had to get the keys to open the door and bring the dog back inside. Within 2 weeks of Mary telling me her puzzling story, I was at work and heard a commotion in the hallway. A few men were looking for the owner of a silver Mazda, as it appeared that something had happened to it in the parking lot. My colleague, we'll call him Ryan, immediately jumped up and went with them to see what happened, as he did own a vehicle with that description. When he came back approximately 20 minutes later, Ryan came back with the most puzzled look on his face, in obvious disbelief. Approximately 3 hours earlier, Ryan had left for his 1-hour lunch to meet with his wife, who also worked downtown. They always met for lunch at this time. Ryan worked early and usually got a parking spot close to the building. But that morning, he had come in late and was exactly parked 3 rows down and not directly facing the door to the building, but several spots to the left. This was fairly far from the building. When he got back from lunch, he was happy to see the same parking spot was available. No one had taken it when he was gone, so he parked in the same place, finding it ironic. He had no way to explain what happened next. The men that came to our office, looking for the owner of the silver Mazda, were doing so because it had parked directly behind a car in the handicapped zone, first row, directly in front of the door to the building. The Mazda was literally boxing that car in its handicapped spot, making it so it could not reverse at all without hitting the Mazda. No one parks like that unless they intend on boxing in the other vehicle. It didn't make any sense. Ryan got to his car and it was indeed locked, like he had remembered he left it, except it was way further and off to the left of where it was found. He then got in, and he realized it was in neutral. Another head-scratcher. One of the men theorized that maybe Ryan left it in neutral by accident when he got back from lunch, and it somehow rolled to the front of the lot, which could potentially be logical if there had been no other cars in the lot. But it was packed, and had been that way since 9 or 10 a.m. Ryan was well aware of this because he had been pleasantly surprised to see his same parking spot available when he got back from lunch. Otherwise, he would have had to have parked way in the back, at least 5 to 6 rows back from the front door of the building. This happened near the busy smoking section in the corner of the building, and Ryan and his friends asked if anyone had seen the car roll somehow that afternoon, but no one did. It was completely unexplained, just like Mary's dog in the passenger seat of her locked car. As a paranormal investigator, I clearly saw similarities between the events. Both involved vehicles, and a glitch in the location of it, or related to it. Both were in daylight, in plain view. And there was a time proximity of the occurrences, within a 2-week time span. Nothing in the way of paranormal happenings was reported to us during that time, and the only coincidence I can think of is that it happened during the passing of the comet Ison. I have a thing that happened that may or may not be a glitch, though I suppose that there are some rational explanations to it. It's a bit of a non-event, but to me it was an odd moment, and I wanted to share it, in case you all thought that it may have been a glitch. It was a pretty normal morning. I woke up and went to have cereal, but when I opened the fridge, I was hit with an immediate reminder that I needed to get oat milk, that we were completely out. So I got my shoes on and headed out to the closest grocery store, which is unfortunately Walmart. I get there and sit there for a moment or two, and then get out of my car to get into the store. On my way in, a woman walks in front of me to grab a cart from the corral. I can see this woman clear as day. Long brown hair, green shirt, blue jeans, and a backpack that I thought was neat. That's actually why I noticed her at all. The backpack was a dark blue and it had a really nice sunflower pattern on it. And I immediately thought of my wife because it was a design that she would have absolutely loved. That's where the interaction ended. I didn't ask her about it, I just walked in right behind her. She had her empty cart, and we entered the store at the exact same time. After I entered, I walked directly to the right and to the back, which is the length of the store, but this is a Walmart neighborhood market, meaning that it's not a large store. It only takes around 60 seconds to get from the front to the back at a brisk, annoyed in the morning kind of pace. I get to the back, open the cooler, grab 3 containers of oat milk. I buy in bulk when I can, and that was it. I didn't linger, I didn't dally through the aisles, I didn't grab anything else. I got what I came for and walked to the front of the store towards the self-checkout. This is where it got weird. When I walked up to the self-checkout, I glanced over to the register to the left. And who do I see but that same woman with the sunflower backpack? Now, at face value, that's not odd, I know. But it wasn't just that she was there checking out at the same time, it was that she was checking out with a cart full of stuff. I don't mean a dozen or so items. I mean a full-on buying groceries for 2+ weeks filled cart. I saw produce, cereal, dairy, meat, everything from all of the corners of the store. I'm 100% certain that it was her. Long dark hair, green shirt, jeans, and the backpack was unique enough that it stood out. I put the oat milk down and kind of just stared, which I didn't mean to. I just really couldn't comprehend how it was possible. How had she managed to walk around the store and fill the entire cart within around 2 minutes? If it was full of just produce, I could accept it, because she entered and went left towards the produce. But it was items from every section. I scanned and grabbed my oat milk, and paid, and then I walked slowly past the woman, giving her a side glance to see if it was just some really weird coincidence. But there's absolutely no way that it was someone else. There are a few logical explanations I can think of, but there's only one that would logically make sense to me. And that is that she grabbed someone else's cart and walked to checkout right away. There's no way she could have shopped that fast. I'm 100% certain it was not a woman in the same clothing with the same backpack. The only other possible explanation is that I, somehow, stood there in front of the oat milk for an extended period of time, but that would require time to have passed, which it didn't. So, that's my story. It's a small one, but it was seriously bizarre to me, and I have no other possible explanations. If any of you have any other thoughts, please do let me know, but other than that, I hope that you all enjoyed this weird little possible glitch written by me. This is my event. This is the only glitch I've ever experienced, and while it was minor, I hope to not have any more. I've only had one true glitch event happen to me, and it happened in the 1980s. When I was in my 20s, I used to live in Greensboro, North Carolina, and would visit my parents in Greenville, North Carolina, which is about a 3-hour drive. At the time, which was before they built the multi-lane highway, the last 30 miles of US Highway 264 was only one lane in each direction. About halfway through Wilson and Greenville, on that 2-lane road, it was just getting dark. A car that was coming towards me crossed the center line and was headed straight for me, head on. I braced for the impact as well as I could. I thought that this was the end. It happened all too quickly, and I had no time to react at all. Things happened so fast before, quote-unquote, impact. It felt like the other car actually passed right through my car, as if it were a ghost car. By now, however, everything had suddenly switched to slow motion. I could feel the car going through me. There was no pain, just a ripple through my body, and a bright flash happening as the ghost car passed through me. I saw the woman's face who was driving the car. She was screaming silently. In fact, everything was completely silent. For many years afterwards, I thought the other car must have, in actuality, just missed my car and continued to veer to its left, my right, and off the road and into a fallow tobacco field. I immediately pulled over as soon as it was safe. Nothing had happened to my car. The other car came to rest in the field surrounded by a huge cloud of dust. Several cars stopped and the drivers ran to the ghost car to check on the lady. I was too shaken up to move for quite a while. The woman was fine, I suppose, because after she talked to some of the people who rushed to check on her, she continued on her way. I always thought this was just a really weird near accident, in which my brain, under stress, had played a trick on me. Now, after listening to all the glitch stories, I'm not so sure. Did I die then and switch to a different reality? Was this quantum immortality? I have nothing else that's quite as dramatic as that happened to me in the years. However, I have been losing things over the past few years. My partner and I are the only two people in this house. There are 3 categories of these objects. 1, things that disappear and never ever show back up. 2, things that disappear and show up right where they're supposed to be. Or 3, things that disappear and materialize right before my eyes. I must preface this all by saying that I have been diagnosed with type 2 narcolepsy. This meaning that I have excessive daytime sleepiness without cataplexy, which is sudden physical collapse while remaining conscious. I mention this because during my narcolepsy episodes, I experience micro-sleep incidents. I perform rote motor actions without being cognizant that I do them. It's things like putting my cell phone in the refrigerator and having no recollection of doing it. It's very similar to sleepwalking. This may explain the objects that never come back. We've lost a pizza cutter, 3 large kitchen knives, and a number 3 attachment on our new hair clippers. I could have just thrown these things away in a micro-sleep episode. Then, there are the things that are supposed to be in a certain drawer in the kitchen. I'll look, and then hours to days later, the objects are right where they're supposed to be. And that's pretty classic, based on glitch stories that I've heard. The last category is the weirdest. Things will be right in front of me, but I can't see them. When I scan my work desk, I won't be able to find a certain object. For instance, my stapler. I have to physically touch everything on my desk while not looking in order to find these objects. Once I actually put my hand on the object, I can see it. It will materialize right before my eyes. It's happened with staplers, staple removers, tape dispensers, etc. and in the kitchen there was a particular ice cream scoop that I found that way. Is this a byproduct of narcoleptic microsleep? Or some weird glitch where I get caught between realities? Your guess is as good as mine. I've had too many paranormal incidents in my life to count, and a few glitch in the Matrix events as well. I'm not sure which this story is. Regardless, it's one of the most confusing and unforgettable things that has ever happened to me. Approximately 3 years ago, in the spring of 2021, when I was 41, I lived in a townhouse-style apartment complex. My front door was surrounded by 4 other entrances, all accessible from outside. Nearby is the headquarters for a large company, and they commonly placed employees that are short-term or relocating in this complex. I'd previously met one of my neighbors, that's front door was right next to mine. We'd have casual, neighborly conversations when we would see each other as we're coming and going from our cars, walking our dogs or getting our mail. Let's call this neighbor Lucy. So this particular day, as I'm returning from getting my mail, I run into Lucy, who is returning from walking her tiny little dog, who must be at least 15 years old, with one blind eye, scraggly hair, and tongue constantly hanging out. My dog, who is 5 times the size of the little old man dog, and normally loves every dog, growls and absolutely does not like Lucy's dog, or any other dog in the immediate area for whatever reason. This always made me wonder if there's some strange energy around. Anyways, Lucy and I start casually chatting, and she picks up her little old man. My dog is inside my home, but must have heard me, so he looked out the front window. Seeing Lucy's dog, my dog starts barking. I can't let him out because of his almost aggressive dislike of this little old man puppy. The barking isn't too loud or distracting, so we ignore it and continue talking. After about 5 minutes, one of the other neighbors comes out of her front door. We'll call this neighbor Blonde Woman. Blonde Woman looks to be in her early 30s, good-looking in a short top and tight sweatpants. She asks us if we can quiet the barking dog because she works from home and it's very distracting. She goes on that she has a dog too, that I should put my dog in a kennel when I'm busy so he won't bark. She mentioned she's only there for 6 months, and she lives in Connecticut, but is on contract for the large company nearby. I apologize, calm my dog, and chat to Lucy for a few more minutes. Here's the thing. The blonde woman came out of the same front door where I absolutely know a single Indian woman with a distinctive limp, in her 50s, lives. Alone. I had seen the Indian woman come in and out of that exact door. There are only 4 doors near me, and I know who lives in each apartment. The first time I met the Indian woman, she stood at my front door, standing way too close to me, and trying to let herself into my apartment as she told me she is from Connecticut on a 6-month contract for the large company nearby. She mentioned how she hasn't met any people and asks if there are any good coffee shops nearby. Later, I even commented to my son about her being pushy, walking into my place, and I thought that she was trying to imply that we should go get coffee together, or maybe trying to make friends with me. Don't get me wrong, the Indian woman seemed really nice, and I felt a good non-threatening vibe from her. She just stood way too close when talking to me, and was pushy in a strange way, the way that she was trying to walk into my home. The blonde woman seemed bossy and unpleasant. After the blonde woman goes back into her home, Lucy tells me more details. Lucy says the blonde woman is very overbearing, a close talker, always texting her to go get coffee together, and inviting herself into Lucy's home. She says that she has a young daughter who visits once a month, keeps her dog in a kennel in the back bedroom, which I've seen since the back bedroom window faces the front, and she leaves the blinds up. The dog is in the middle of the room in the kennel, with nothing else in the room. Lucy says that she walks the dog twice a day for an hour each, bathes the dog every day, and keeps jazz music on for the dog all day. All things I have noticed myself. I've had conversations and seen the Indian woman come out of that same front door several times, but I've only seen the blonde woman only once before. I was getting out of my car and Lucy, the blonde woman, and the Indian woman were all standing outside in a circle talking. I was not in the mood to get caught up in a conversation, and I put my phone to my ear to pretend that I was busy on the phone. Don't judge. Lucy can get very chatty. Back to the current day, as Lucy is telling me about the blonde woman, I stop Lucy and ask, "Wait, I thought the older Indian woman with the limp lived there." Lucy is utterly confused. "Who?" she asks. I describe the Indian woman and tell Lucy the Indian woman told me the same life story as the blonde woman. Lucy is perplexed. She's never seen the Indian woman and has absolutely no idea who I'm talking about. I probe a bit more and think I'm starting to look crazy, so I don't ask any further questions. I change the subject, and shortly after, we end our conversation. I spend the next couple of hours going over it in my head. I know both the blonde woman and the Indian woman live in that same unit. Both said they live alone. Both have a dog they keep in a kennel all day with jazz music on and walk twice a day. Both have a daughter they don't see much right now, and both are from Connecticut. And then my son comes home. I ask him, "Hey, who lives in that apartment?" And I then describe the Indian woman and the blonde woman. He says the Indian woman lives in that apartment, and the blonde in the other apartment. I say, "No way. There's the old lady that lives alone in the other apartment, and that is the 4 front doors. Lucy, me, old woman, and blonde, or Indian woman." He has a moment of realization and becomes just as confused as I am. We cannot figure it out. We have seen that one room with the window open that's just for the dog. We've seen both the Indian woman and the blonde woman come from the same door. And my son has seen both of them driving a car with Connecticut license plates. We leave it as some weird, confusing thing, and we're going to try and see each woman and find out for sure. A month goes by, and I noticed that they've moved. A young pregnant woman, her husband, and their 2 dogs have moved in. I hear the dogs barking all day, every day, while the adults are at work. I secretly think and half joke to my son that it must be because of the shape-shifting weird energy in that apartment. During this time, a maintenance guy comes to my place and is on my deck. I notice the dog barking and make a comment about it, and then I decided, screw it, if I look crazy, and I asked, "Hey, maintenance guy, who lived in that apartment before the barking dogs people? What did the person look like?" He says a single blonde woman from Connecticut, here working for 6 months for a big company nearby and living alone. Maintenance guy comments how she kept the dog in a kennel in the middle of the bedroom at all times. I try to skirt over the reason that I'm asking, but it doesn't work, and I tell him about the weird shape-shifting woman my son and I have seen. I ask him where the Indian woman lives, and he has no clue who I'm talking about. Soon after, a second maintenance guy shows up to help with the repairs in my unit. I already looked crazy enough, so let's go with it, right? I ask the second maintenance guy who lived in that apartment. I don't describe anyone, just ask, "Hey, second maintenance guy, who lived there before the barking dog people moved in?" And this second maintenance guy describes the Indian woman with a limp. Describes how she kept the dog in the kennel, working here for a big company nearby from Connecticut, and lives alone. Both maintenance men have been in the apartment, talked to the woman, and are sure of the story. They start arguing. No, it was a young blonde woman that wears tight clothing. No, it was a 50-year-old Indian woman with a limp. They both describe the same backstory for each. I don't look as crazy now, plus I managed to really freak out the maintenance staff. So, this is my story of my shape-shifting, close talking neighbors. The Indian woman wanted to be my friend, and the blonde woman wanted to be Lucy's. Both were absolutely really living, breathing humans, but only one existed depending on who they met, or who I asked. I've been listening to your podcast for a few months now, and I wanted to share something that has happened to me now a few times. I don't know if this is a glitch or if my brain was causing me to hallucinate, but to the best of my knowledge, I am healthy and there wouldn't be anything to cause me to hallucinate long term like this. I live in a suburb that has a lot of foot and public transit traffic. It's a fairly nice area with a lot of rentals, which is why I live here. This started about 6 months ago. I was walking home from my late night shift at a warehouse that I work for. It was around 2 in the morning. I was walking with my earphones in, staring at the sidewalk, and looked up towards an intersection nearby when I saw a bus. It was your standard city bus, just idling on the side of the road. But it was 2 in the morning. The buses stopped running around midnight. I watched the bus just sit there for a moment thinking that something was wrong with it. When I looked down at my phone to pause my music, and then looked back up, the bus was gone. It was there one moment, and literally gone the next. I stood there thinking that I was just way too tired to be dealing with it, thinking it was like a waking dream kind of thing, and just kept going, deciding to not let it get to me. But then, when I was most of the way home, I saw another bus idling at the corner past where I lived. It was just sitting there, not moving, no turn signal or anything. It had on its headlights, but that was it. I was a bit unnerved by it, so I went inside and just pretended like it wasn't there. Over the last 6 months, I have seen buses sitting idly at random spots way after the buses are no longer running, around 2 in the morning. I keep randomly seeing them on the road near my home or in various places on the walk, and I swear they disappear when I notice them. They don't like poof disappear. They typically disappear when I look away or blink. They are always the same bus. Standard city bus, no discerning marks, no lit numbers or anything. They're just your standard everyday bus. Now, I did something that most people don't do. I decided to confront my glitch, after working up the courage for 6 months. I was walking home about 2 weeks ago, and I saw a bus in the same place that I saw it the first time, which was a pretty common spot for me to see the buses over the last 6 months. I decided I was going to physically confront the bus. I would walk towards it, not take my eyes off of it, and I would physically touch the bus. I wanted to make absolutely sure that this bus was real and that I wasn't going absolutely mental and seeing things. So, I held my eyes open, walked to the bus, and looked in. And much to my surprise, there was a man sitting in the driver's seat on his cell phone. Much to my surprise, I blinked, and the bus didn't disappear. It was still there. I stepped up to the front door, and the driver looked over at me and saw me and gave me a friendly smile. He then opened the door and looked at me and said, "Hey, sorry, we're done for the night. I was having some engine trouble, so I'm waiting for a tow truck to get me back to the depot." I just kind of nodded and said thank you, and we both turned away to get back to whatever we were doing. As I turned away, I reached my hand out and physically touched the bus to make sure that it was real and not in my mind. And it was very real. So, the one time I went to confront this oddity that kept happening over and over randomly over the last 6 months, it was real. This one time it was a real bus. It didn't disappear and it was physically there, complete with a reason to be there and a driver. It makes me wonder if any of the other times I saw a bus, if I had chosen to approach it, would it have stayed and been real? Would those buses have been actual buses? Or were they glitches slash fake slash out of place in this existence? As I said, it's been 2 weeks since this happened, and I haven't seen the buses since. There haven't been any odd buses in places where they shouldn't be. The ones that I have seen have been at normal times, and they don't disappear when I look away. I don't know what this was. I don't know if this was a series of the most impossible coincidences over half a year, but that's where it all ended. That's how it all came to its conclusion. I saw a real bus. I approached this real bus. And I guess that set things into the right way. I honestly have no idea. This happened to me approximately 1 year ago, nearly to the day. I was working a closing shift at PetSmart. It was mid-afternoon and I was cleaning out the bins for a new animal shipment in the back room when my phone fell from my hands and onto the floor. I was trying to hold both a bin and my phone at the same time, and it just slipped. I had no screen protector on it at the time, and the phone smacked the ground pretty hard. I picked up the phone and immediately saw that there was a large crack across the screen, from the top left corner all the way down to the center of the right side. I distinctly remember the crack running over the small speaker on the top of the screen, and creating that white powdery glass substance where all the little shards were broken up. I cursed at myself and scratched the crack firmly with my fingernail to make sure that it was real, and not just a piece of hay or something. I felt my nail dip into the groove of the crack and back up several times. The small glass particles began to crunch and shift away, and I confirmed that I had indeed just broken my screen. I put the phone away into my back pocket and felt worried that the glass shards would irritate my backside, but I didn't have much of a choice. The store was busy and I left my phone in my pocket for the rest of the shift. That back room was the only opportunity that I really got to use it. The day went on for a few more hours until I was standing at the register near closing time, and I took the phone back out of my pocket. There was no crack. The phone screen was totally flawless. I've never been more confused than I was in that moment, and really for the rest of the night. I wiggled the phone back and forth in the light to make sure the crack really wasn't there, but there was literally nothing on it. Next day, still no crack. I was very well rested that day. I do not take any drugs, and I did not drink. I've thought about this so many times since then. I really have no explanation for this, but sharing it feels nice. So, there's this tiny strip mall nearby. I'm not sure if it's technically a strip mall, as it's very small. But it's like a row of 3 businesses, a pizzeria, a laundromat, and a Chinese takeout spot, surrounded by a very small parking lot. It's right off of a main/busy road. I had pulled into a parking spot in order to turn around and go the opposite way I came from on the busy road. I had 3 of my kids with me, the oldest being around 19 at the time, and he was sitting in the front passenger seat. I was ready to back out of the parking spot, so I looked to the right to check if any cars were coming, and there was this huge truck, like one of those big Mack delivery trucks. I then looked to my left, hoping no cars were coming into the parking lot from that way, because it would definitely cause a mini traffic jam. I didn't see anyone coming from the left, so I immediately looked back to the right again, and the truck was gone. I looked around thinking maybe it continued on behind me and I just missed it as I was turning my head. But it was nowhere in sight. I looked at my oldest and asked him if he had seen the truck to make sure I wasn't imagining it or something, and he said that he had seen it, and then asked what the heck just happened. I just sat there for a minute in shock and confusion. I realized then that it would have actually been impossible for this truck to be coming around the corner of the building like it appeared to be doing, because the parking lot is so small and narrow. Even regular pickup trucks and SUVs barely fit, which I know because I've had plenty of vehicle rentals over the years and have eaten from those two food spots more times than I can count, as well as used the laundromat regularly at one point when my washer broke down on me. This was the first time something so obvious just disappeared on me, and there was someone else with me to witness it. This was 3 to 4 years ago, but it still randomly pops into my head pretty often. I think because of how shocking it was to experience. Hi, I've only just found this sub, so I'm coming over from Paranormal. Around 12 years ago, Tesco Chesterfield, UK, had a recycling machine that gave you Tesco Club Card points. For those not in the UK, those points build up like air miles and can be transferred for coupons or vouchers. We lived about 30 miles away, a 50-minute drive, and it's a really good Tesco. So every few months we'd fill up our car as full as possible with bottles, cans, and jars and drive over. We owned a Skoda Fabia, the small estate car at the time. We lived in the Derbyshire Peak District, an area known for particularly bad weather. This particular Saturday in November, we had left in cold but clear weather and got to Tesco at about lunchtime. We did our recycling, filled the car back up with shopping, and went to get McDonald's. We then started back on the A619 westbound. As we got to Wad Shelf, it started to get foggy, and my husband, who was suffering from terminal cancer, started to need the loo. Knowing that we would have to drive at a crawl till we were out of the fog, we decided to stop at the Brewer's Chef, a premier inn in Eastmoor, and have a loo break. We stopped, and although the pub was welcoming and well lit, it was cold and quiet. And even though there should have been an hour or so of daylight left, it was very dark, and still in fog. We went in, used the loo, bought a soft drink each, used the loo again, and then left. By the time we got to the car, the fog was so thick that it was hard to see the gates of the car park. We pulled out, and this is the only part where I could explain what happened next. I'm certain, we're both certain, we pulled left, westward. I can't think we would have turned right, even in the fog. In the fog, pulling across a lane of traffic on a corner would be lethal, and I cannot believe that we did it. We started driving, and the fog was so thick that we couldn't see the road in front of the bonnet. The light of the cars were reflecting back on us, and after a long time of just crawling along and seeing nothing, my husband became convinced that we would fall off the edge of the road. So he made me get out with a torch and walk in front of the car. I walked like that for what seemed like miles. It was utterly wet and frozen, and I couldn't see anything that I recognized. No signs. I couldn't even see the road markings. Just the car behind and literally the step in front of me. After what seemed like an hour, my husband, who was very angry with me moving so slowly, decided he'd be better off just driving and told me to get back in. After another hour of this, I turned to him and asked how fast he was going. He said 10 miles an hour. I said that he couldn't be because we hadn't come across the Robin Hood pub or the Nether End roundabout. He asked if I'd recognized any road markings or signs. I hadn't. He then said, "I haven't turned the wheel." We both started to be a bit scared. Where are we? We used this road a lot, we knew it well, but we'd been driving for 2 hours, and we hadn't reached anything that we recognized. In fact, we hadn't seen anything, just fog and road. We were just about ready to freak out, when suddenly some lights came ahead. Oh, it must be the Robin Hood. We thought we'd stop, have another pee, but it wasn't the Robin Hood. It was a much bigger pub. In fact, it was a massive junction with a pub on it called the Peacock. It's at a place called Owler Bar, I later found out. We came upon it with the pub on the right-hand side of the road. We were traveling south. It was floodlit and had a huge car park. We could read the road signs here and realized not only were we on a completely different road, we were miles away from where we thought we were, coming away from Sheffield, not Chesterfield. The road layout here is like one giant roundabout, and having gone round it once, we realized the road we were on and the direction we'd been going, which was south, would take us back to the road we wanted to be on. In fact, it met with the Nether End roundabout. We got there in about 20 minutes, and the fog had cleared before we got to Boslow. We were both freaked out, but it became one of those things we talked about to people. However, we told my parents about 4 weeks later over Christmas dinner, and my mom dropped her fork and looked at my dad. "That happened to us once," Dad said. "Exactly like that." Mom said, "He even made me get out of the car." "Nice pub, though," my dad added. I asked them what it was, and my dad just went, "One of those Peak District things." My husband, mom, and dad have all passed away, so I don't have any witnesses anymore. So when I found this sub, I thought I had to write it down so I wasn't the only person who knows. I still travel the route regularly, and it has never happened since. But also, I've never found any way of getting from Eastmoor to Aller Bar without going back towards Chesterfield. This glitch happened to my kids and me in 2008. I call it the time that we transported. My kids, teens/preteens, and I were on the way to the church one Sunday morning. We were Anglican, a rare denomination in our home state of Utah, so we had about a 45-minute drive to get there. In Utah, there is a Mormon church on every corner, but Anglican congregation, there's one. To get there, we had to get on southbound I-15 and connect to eastbound I-80. I-15 runs north and south, parallel to the Wasatch Mountain Range, east of Salt Lake City, while I-80 is an east-west road going up through Parley's Canyon, into Park City. And that's where our church met, Park City, Utah. Anyway, the Wasatch are a familiar daily presence in everyone's life, who lives in the area, and I know them quite well. Parley's Canyon is a notch in a lower point of the mountain range. Other parts of the Wasatch have taller granite peaks that are kind of sharp in appearance, but where I needed to go is more rounded, if that makes sense. The junction of I-15 and I-80, plus one state road, is a jumble of overpasses and underpasses, where the roads cross each other sort of haphazardly, each taking traffic to different off-ramps and exits. As you enter the Spaghetti Bowl, southbound to get onto I-80, you must be in the 3 right lanes of I-15. The furthest 2 lanes must join I-80, and I always get into the furthest right lane possible, because I prefer to stay out of the way of other traffic. When you're in the furthest right lane, it is impossible to remain on I-15. I was in the furthest lane to the right, so it was physically impossible for us to continue on I-15. So we're moving along, visiting, and maybe listening to some music when I notice that the mountains directly east are jagged, sharp peaks, not a notch in the more rounded canyon area. I say, "Did I just miss my exit?" And my oldest daughter, about age 19, says, "Just keep driving, Mom." But I could see that we were south of the Spaghetti Bowl, and there were no street signs or exits anywhere. I knew that I was on southbound I-15, south of the junction, but I had no idea what exit. Soon enough, an exit for 90th South appeared. Sandy, a city just south of Salt Lake City. We were approximately 5 miles past the Spaghetti Bowl. Of course, we were all talking about what had happened. How did we miss the exit when the car was in the lane that cannot continue southbound? Everyone was kind of excited and a little freaked out, trying to think of what we saw before we were transported. Mainly, we were all going, did that just happen? And why? We pulled off the freeway and immediately back on to northbound I-15, got to the I-80 junction, and we headed east. As we approached the summit, we came upon a motorcycle that had laid out on the road just a moment before. Everything was on the right shoulder, the bike on its side, the rider just getting up with the help of a passerby. I'm convinced that if we had not missed the exit, we would have been in the same place at the same time as that motorcycle. Normally, I would just brush this off as a wandering mind, but I had 3 people with me who all remember the same things. We missed that motorcycle accident because somehow we were 5 miles down the road instead of on I-80. The most notable thing about this experience was that there was nothing beforehand to notify us of something strange going to happen. Everything was perfectly normal. No air of expectation, no ominous dread, nothing to say that this is strange. Just a family in a vehicle, suddenly in a different location on the road. Hey Raven, this happened a few years ago, but it shaped the course of my life. I've always been a spiritual guy. I believe in God, not that I follow anything too closely or ritually, but the odds of this happening randomly are surely too wild to comprehend, so I believe it's a glitch, or at least an event engineered by a greater power. I'd been wanting a copy of Cormac McCarthy's All the Pretty Horses for a while. A bookstore in the city had it in. I took the train in and picked it up. I got back to my apartment complex and went in the back entrance, which I don't normally use. At the back entrance are the mailboxes, all stacked like beehives. I only rent a bedroom there. I'm not legally registered, so it's rare that I get mail. But as I passed the mailboxes, I thought I would do my housemate a solid and collect her mail. Again, it's rare that I carry the mailbox key, but I had my backpack on and thought I would check the compartment in the off chance that I'd chucked the key in at some point. I had. The key was there, front zipper. I knelt and wrestled the mailbox lock, opened up to a sea of detritus. Apparently nobody had checked our mail in time. Maybe 30 letters lay there, some damp and some muddy. I made myself comfortable and took them out a pile at a time, leafing through for any clean ones addressed to my housemate that I could take in for her. About a dozen in, I came across a small, pristine envelope, wider than the rest, and on the front, my name had been written by hand. I was intrigued. It's always interesting getting mail addressed to you in pen, but also because, like I said earlier, I'm not registered to this address, and I live in a different country. None of my circle around here would write letters. I assumed that maybe it was a birthday card that had sat there for months. Anyway, I nonchalantly slid the envelope inside the novel I had just bought, All the Pretty Horses, and then I shut up the mailbox and headed in, deciding that it was nothing worth fetching in the house for my housemate. Just a bunch of junk. I got in my home and took the envelope from inside the novel, chucked the novel on the kitchen counter, and tore open the envelope. My excitement faded when I saw that, even though it was a letter written in beautiful cursive font, it was clearly a religious letter. Not a personal one for me. I read the first line and then my eyes were drawn to the middle. To the only line written in marker, or stronger pen at least. It stood out, dead center, as if everything else was written around it only to emphasize its importance. It was a Bible verse. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. I don't know the wider context because I didn't read the rest of the letter, but anyways, my attention turned to All the Pretty Horses, the novel I had just bought. I picked it up from the counter and read the blurb, smelled the pages, and then, as I often do with new books, turned to a random page to read a sentence. I was stupefied. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was reading the same Bible verse. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. The first random page I had turned to, the first sentence I randomly looked at, contained the same Bible verse that I had just read on the letter. The letter I had carried into my home inside the novel. Any Cormac McCarthy fans out there will know that All the Pretty Horses is not a religious book. It's about two guys cutting through Mexico on horseback looking for work. What are the odds on that being a random event? Sure, the Bible verse is one of the more famous, but even if the novel was a Christian book, what are the chances of me opening to a random page and seeing first the very same Bible verse that I had just read highlighted on a different, unrelated letter? A letter I happened to acquire on the same day, in the same hour, as the book. And then there's the synergy of me carrying the letter inside the book, as if somehow the verse had transferred from one medium to the other. I just want to know what it means. I've had many glitches in the Matrix, but my latest one happened just these past few weeks. For context, I have a shop within my hotel based in Skegness, UK. Around 2 weeks before Christmas, I got a package that I ordered, which was 3 sheets of snowflake vinyl stickers for windows. I was glad they had come because I wanted to make the front of my shop window Christmassy. I wasted no time in getting to it. At a guess, there was around 60 vinyl snowflake stickers, and I enjoyed applying them all to all 3 of my shop front windows. I had to stand along the windowsill to do this, so it was a bit tricky. However, once done, I stood back and was happy with the end results. Fast forward to about a week after Christmas, I knew it was definitely time to take them down, and I was slightly disappointed because I loved how good they looked. However, after all, it was no longer Christmas, so I got to it, and once again standing along the windowsill to remove them. At one point, my foot nearly slipped off the windowsill, and I was getting annoyed at how I really had to dig my nail in to get some of them off. May I add, I was completely alone whilst doing this, just like I was before. Anyway, once they were all down, I got some window cleaner spray and a rag and gave my windows a once-over to wipe down, as you could see a slight outline where some of the stickers had been. I then specifically remember picking up the bunch of stickers that I had stacked on top of each other whilst peeling them away. And I knew there was no point saving them, as 1, I hate clutter of random things not being used, and they wouldn't be used for another year if I was to salvage them. 2, they were very cheap, like literally £1 or less. And 3, I was taking a rubbish bin out to my commercial hotel bins anyway, so I shoved them in a tiny opening at the top, where you tie the black bag up, and off I went to the commercial bins, and tossed the bag inside. Fast forward to the other day, around a month after I removed these stickers, I'm walking from my car after going to the shops, and out of the side of my eye, whilst walking past my shop front, I thought I saw my windows covered in those said snowflake vinyl stickers, from the inside, just like before. I stop in my tracks and pause a second before turning to my right to look at my shop front. What I saw left me dumbfounded to the core. The exact same snowflakes were once again all back on my windows, in the exact same way I had originally applied them. I just stood there frozen, trying to work out what the hell was going on. I went inside and unlocked the door to my shop, which, by the way, only I have the code for it to get in, and I inspected the windows. And sure enough, they were all still there untouched. I have gone over this over and over in my head, and I even went to our handyman who works at the hotel daily, as I remember giving him a wave from the inside of my shop when I was stood on the windowsills removing the snowflakes, and he gave a little giggle at the time, probably because I looked a sight trying to balance on the windowsills. I asked him if he remembered seeing me remove those snowflakes, and he said yes without hesitation. When I led him to my shop front and showed them that they were all still there, he simply asked why I had put them back. To which I obviously went on to tell him that it wasn't me, and the whole story I've just told you guys. He didn't seem amused. It was as if he thought I was trying to play a trick on him, or he thought I was just crazy. Even though he fully remembers himself, me taking them down. I've tried to find the logic, but there is none. Nobody has access to my shop but me. Nobody knows that I threw them away, or even where. Nobody would attempt to go into our big, smelly, dirty commercial bins to dig these out for what? A crazy joke like this that would take a lot of time, and they also had no access to my shop to do this. I'm baffled, just as I am with the many other glitches in my life. This happened about a week ago. I live in a really small town where everyone knows everyone else's business, and everyone keeps an ear for all kinds of gossip. It's pretty much the only entertainment that we get around here. I needed to stop and get gas, so I pulled up to a Casey's on my way home from work. I parked at the pump, got out and decided that I was going to just put cash on the pump instead of using my card. I had a spare 20 on me from when I needed cash a couple of days prior. I figured I would just spend it, and this was the perfect opportunity. I walked into the store and up to the counter to ask for 20 on 3. When I looked up and saw Danny, a friend of mine from elementary school. It was definitely him, lanky frame, mop of curly hair, same mole on his cheek and everything. He was there standing behind the counter checking customers out, when he looked up and saw me. The two of us met eyes. I stepped up and asked for the gas, and he gave me that patented goofy grin. I said, "Hey, Danny." He laughed and said, "Hey, bro, what's up? It's been a while." We talked for a few moments, just kind of catching up on random things, nothing too crazy. We didn't get too deep since it was just a couple of minutes. But after that, he said something like, "It was good to see you, dude. We should catch up sometime." I pulled out my phone and asked him for his number, and I typed it in and saved him as a contact, very specifically labeling it as Danny. I said my goodbyes and walked out to my car and filled the tank like I was planning. Nothing too crazy. I drove home just thinking about Danny and how long it had been since I'd seen him, and then I started thinking about why I hadn't seen him for so long. And it clicked. Danny was serving 10 or so years for possession with intent and Grand Theft Auto. He had made some really dumb decisions about 3 years prior, and was definitely still behind bars. When that happened, I started thinking about it, and it didn't make sense. There was no way he had served 3 years on a 10-plus year sentence and gotten out, and then got a job at Casey's. When I got home, I called my mom and asked her about Danny, asking if she knew when he went in and if he was out. She laughed and said, "No, he's definitely still in prison. I was talking to his mom yesterday." I guess it's important to note that he was a neighbor, so my mom and his mom were close. My mom also used to work for the sheriff's office, so she typically had information on things happening around town with criminals. I said okay, hung up the phone, and just kind of sat there thinking about it like, how the hell did I see Danny at Casey's if he's still behind bars? The only thing that made sense was that he was let out for whatever reason. I ended up going to the county website, which actually does have an inmate lookup system, and I searched for Danny by name. Much to my surprise, right there in front of my face was Danny's mugshot with the charges and information on his sentence. And under his status it said incarcerated, which meant he was definitely still in prison. It was definitely him, and certainly the same guy. Longer, curly red hair, mole on cheek, goofy and kind of lanky looking dude. At that point, I went to look in my phone for the number that I had saved for Danny, and I didn't have any entries that had Danny as the name. To make it even weirder, I did remember the first 3 numbers from his number, 509. So I typed that into my phone to see if I had just maybe misspelled Danny or something like that. When I typed that, I did have an entry for a number that started with 509, but the name was just literally random characters, like a handful of numbers, letters, and special characters. Just a random string of unidentifiable text. It was weird. It was like I had hallucinated the conversation and added a random number to my phone with a random name. I went ahead and deleted it, thinking that I was just going crazy. About a week later, I found myself needing to go to Casey's again, and I asked the clerk if someone named Danny worked there. I described him: curly hair, tall dude, lanky figure, etc. She said that no one named Danny worked there and that there weren't any clerks that looked like that working at that location. I said alright, and that I must have been thinking of someone else, and thanked her. So in the end, I have no idea who I had that conversation with at Casey's. I have no idea why I put that number in my phone like a crazy person, and I don't think I'll be able to ask Danny about it for at least 7 more years, since he's definitely still in prison. This happened to me in December of 1969. I'm a retired RN. I've experienced or witnessed many things that are beyond understanding, but I'm also a critical thinker, and my story changed my thoughts on our limited view of reality forever. I was with my high school boyfriend on a typical Friday date night in Jeffersonville, Indiana. After socializing with friends at the local hangouts, we would ride out on the rural back roads that were located between downtown and my home in a subdivision. There were dairy farms and cornfields on either side of the road for about 6 miles. The few homes along this stretch sat on the back of properties, and there were a couple of equipment paths that led to small open fields that were our teenage parking spots. And past that, the 2-lane narrow road was heavily wooded with no homes or cleared property for 10 miles. This particular road had many curves and hills, which is typical for southern Indiana. Its sparse population and teenage driving led to many accidents. There were no cell phones in those days, and SOP, if one saw an accident, it was to stop, help, and pray for another motorist to appear, to flag down to send to the nearest house to call the police and ambulance, or to transport the victims to the hospital yourself. It was a very cold December night, and snow flurries began. We left our parking area immediately as my curfew wasn't to be missed. The remainder of our drive to my house was through the wooded area, and on straightways we saw taillights quite a bit ahead. As we were approaching the second sharp curve, we saw headlights shining from ground level and at an angle towards us. We immediately slowed and pulled as far off the road as possible. The grille was damaged, and the passenger side had struck a tree. The headlights in the otherwise pitch-black night were blinding. A fully restored, beautiful 1956 Chevy had apparently tried to take the curve too fast and had lost control. The car was off the road, on its roof. My boyfriend, Greg, grabbed his flashlight and got another for me along with the first aid kit from the trunk, and we ran to assist anyone that might be injured. The headlights had kept us from seeing how many passengers the car held. I clearly remember my heart pounding from the adrenaline and my mind fearing injuries as nobody was shouting back to our calling out, and nobody was attempting to get out of the car. I could smell the strong odor of gasoline and burned rubber. The engine was running and was making a knocking sound. Greg got down on his knees and opened the driver's side door, and I opened the back. The car was empty. He reached up and turned the ignition. The engine was now off, and the woods were silent. Nothing was making sense. Our headlights and flashlights were giving us light, and we started searching for a possible injured person. The windows were rolled up and starting to fog. Greg had already searched the interior. At this point, our assumption was that the driver must have gotten out and we just hadn't seen him or her. We didn't understand why they hadn't answered us as we ran to help or why the car had been left running. We continued to search for a person around the wreck. We tried to go into the woods, but the underbrush and steep embankment was impossible to climb. At this point, we decided whoever was driving may have just walked away. We got back into Greg's car and drove slowly 3 miles back, and then turned around and drove slowly the next 6, fully expecting to find someone needing a ride home or to a phone. We were relieved that the driver must not be hurt, but couldn't imagine why they didn't see us, and how they had left on foot without us seeing them. No other vehicles had come down the road. At this point, the remaining road that we drove was covered with snow, and we saw no tracks. There were no houses. We went to my house where my parents were waiting, and I was really late. Greg told my father what had happened, and then described the car and how beautifully restored it was, in case he knew to whom it may belong. The whole incident just left us baffled. By the next day, we decided that maybe there was a house in the woods or side road that we missed. We both were just unsettled by it. We didn't know why we were worried about what now appeared to be a non-event. The next day, we went back to the scene of the accident. Both of us felt that we would find a house close by that had gone unnoticed, or a side road. Something. We didn't understand why we were still dwelling on it, but little did we know that quite the opposite was what we found. The car was still there, but had been moved into a clearing in the trees. I will never understand what happened the night of the Chevy whose taillight we followed hit that curve and rolled. There it was, still on its roof. The damaged grille and the front fender damaged. The accident on a Friday night. Here we stood, on Sunday afternoon, at the car. The paint was faded. The body was completely rusted through over a majority of it. The tires were completely rotted and the rims were rusted. The interior was dry rotted and covered with mold. The windows were gone and the windshield was broken with a basketball-sized hole full of vines growing in and out of the car. The embankment we had tried to search was now a clearing, and setting further back into the woods was a small abandoned 2-room shack. We later did a property search, but it only led us to owners that had bought the acreage with the shack and car on it. All we were left with was a lifetime of questions surrounding a cold December night. It has been years now, but that night still haunts me. Longtime casual lurker. I'm creeped out and not quite sure what to do with myself. I had a friend over last night. We ran into each other earlier in the day and we made plans to have dinner together. She comes over and we hang out on the couch for around an hour, just chatting and whatnot. I stand up because I get a phone call, so I go to my bedroom around 10 to 15 minutes. I go back out, and she's not there anymore. Okay, so she's in the bathroom, right? I sit on the couch to wait for her, but she doesn't come out. I go check on her. The bathroom is empty. Now I'm weirded out. Did she leave for no reason? I didn't hear the door open or close, and I have a pretty heavy door. I even go outside into the hallway to check if she was out there for some reason, but she's just promptly disappeared. So now I'm thinking that she left for whatever reason. So I call her. It rings for a while and she picks up. Immediately I think it's weird. If she left my flat, she should be out on the street, but it's very quiet wherever she is. And it sounds like she just woke up. I asked her why she left my flat, and she had no idea what I was talking about. I get frustrated and ask where she is. I'm at home, taking a nap. Your phone call woke me up. I could hear rustling sheets, and as I said, there's no way her side of the phone could be so quiet if she had just left my flat. I live in a busy area. I request to video call her, and there she is. In her home, in her bed. She has no makeup on. She's in her pajamas, looking confused, and her eyes are still kind of puffy from sleep. I asked her if she remembered coming to my flat. She looked confused. Did we make plans today? She said that after running into me, all we did was chat, say goodbye, and then she went home to take a nap. Obviously, there is no way that she got home, removed her makeup, undid her hair, and changed her clothes within 15 minutes. She lives like half an hour away from me, and I have no clue what to think of this. This may not be the most shocking story ever, but things keep going missing for a while and inexplicably showing up where we know we looked for them before. I had a stick of deodorant that I always kept on my desk in my bedroom. I had extras in the bathroom because I always order them online 4 at a time, but when it went missing out of nowhere, I looked all around the desk, on the floor, and in the drawers of my desk several times, thinking maybe I put it there by mistake. I even asked my girlfriend, who is amazing at knowing where things are and finding things, if she knew where it was. And she looked all over for it too, including the desk drawers, and could not find it, and she gave up. About a week later, I go in my top desk drawer looking for something else entirely, and there it is. I'm sitting at the right forefront of the damn drawer. Like you couldn't have possibly missed it before if it had been in there when I was looking for it. For this next part, I'm now handing the phone over to my girlfriend to tell a story of a similar occurrence that happened to her. I got into an accident back in December, not my fault, and I couldn't get the work done until the end of January. So January comes, I take my car key off the keychain and drop off my vehicle. I get it back like 2 weeks later and forgot to put the key back on the keychain. Fast forward another week or so, I come home from picking up the kids and put the key on the kitchen table. I get up the next morning, and it's gone. I ask my boyfriend and the kids if they moved it, and no one had. I thought maybe the youngest took them because he loves playing with keys, but I still couldn't find it. So I resorted to using my spare. For a month and a half, there was no sign of the key. Then, one day, I'm standing outside, and my car goes beep beep. Like I'd hit the fob, but that key has been missing. Then, the mailman walks up and asks, "Whose van is that?" I tell him it's mine, and he hands me my key and tells me it was on the next street over. The only time I'm on that street is when I'm driving, so I don't know how it could have ended up there. Okay, it's OP again. I'm back. These are only a couple of examples of many, as these are the most recent and most mysterious, and most of the occurrences happened to her, not me. But I'm convinced at this point that the simulation is breaking down. I just don't know, guys. Hi. So, I'm making this post because I feel very weird. Last night, I had used a pair of socks for practicing my dance at night. Before I slept, I took them off and put it either at the edge of my bed or the floor beside my bed. When I woke up, I was in a rush to head off, so I didn't pay attention to my socks. However, tonight, I wanted to practice my dance, but realized that I only had one pair of socks left. My mom and I looked through the whole bedroom, every corner. We even moved the bed frame, took out the sheets, lifted the mattress, but there was nothing. It was weird, as I'd only used it that night and only in my bedroom. I also normally listen to peaceful music while sleeping, through my computer on my bed and earphones. However, every time I woke up, my music would either be paused or stopped, and my earphones would be out of my ears. It is definitely not a person who did it. I figured it must just be because I moved a lot in my sleep, so I let it go. However, this same day, I lost my sock. My earphones went missing too. I remember either putting them on the table or leaving them on my bed after I woke up, but similarly, nothing at all. No trace. This is the first time that these items have been missing. Previously, something would happen, but I would end up finding them either on my bed in a corner or buried under my books. Not this time. I also lost a blue hairband after hanging it out to dry after washing it. It's gone too. But it was possible that it fell off or something, so I let it go. 2 weeks ago. Still looking now. Can someone please explain this? I'll give an update once I find these items or other things happen. Maybe some recommendations on what I can do. I feel very scared, as I've read that poltergeists may be the source of this, but I am a religious person, so I try not to think too much about it. Thank you very much. The OP did add an update. I'd found my hairband and my earpieces, most likely due to carelessness. However, my sock was found in a toy drawer. There is no way that I would put my sock in a toy drawer. It's just weird. But now, everything is found, so I'll try to forget all these, and I hope that nothing happens again. I used to be in the army. One day, about 6 years ago, 4 of my soldiers and I was a sergeant at the time, were working on our vehicle maintenance on Motorpool Monday. I had been with this organization for almost 2 years, and the process for turning in our maintenance paperwork had always been the same. The process was, inspect the vehicles, annotate any faults on the paperwork, 5988, bring it to the mechanics to verify any faults, then once verified, bring it to the company XO. After I passed out the maintenance paperwork for that week to my soldiers, they went out and tried to complete the task. However, they came back to me a little while later to let me know that the mechanics were refusing to verify the paperwork and said that we were supposed to bring it to the XO first, and then it would go to them. This irritated me, because I knew the process, and that was wrong. I figured it was just a new mechanic giving out bad information, so I went and talked to the maintenance chief warrant officer. When I told him the process we were trying to do, His exact words were, "We have never done it like that, Sergeant." At this point, I feel like I'm being pranked, so I call my platoon sergeant. He tells me that I am wrong, and that it has never been done the way that I remember. Well, it wasn't just me that remembered it that way. All 4 of my soldiers were just as confused as myself. We asked our buddies from other platoons, other mechanics, and other sergeants, and everyone told us that we were wrong. Wanting to just be done for the day, we all complied with the process. A week goes by and Motor Pool Monday comes back around. My soldiers and I do the process that we did the week prior. I go to bring the paperwork to the XO before the mechanics, and he looks at me and says, "What are you doing, Sergeant? These have to be verified by the mechanics first before you bring them to me." I laughed and asked if he was joking, but he was not. So I went back to Motorpool and asked the maintenance chief, who affirmed the process that I knew was right from the beginning. I went back to my office and told my soldiers, who were all just as confused as I was. Everyone had gone back to the original way, and no one had any memory of the other process other than the 4 soldiers and myself. We could not think of a good explanation for what happened, other than a really weird shared glitch. The process never changed again. It remained the same for the next 1.5 years that I was with that organization. To this day, I randomly think about it, and it drives me crazy not knowing what happened there. My husband and I experienced a sudden shift to day, or something else, at about midnight one night. We were outside late smoking in my driveway. It was dark because it was the middle of the night. Suddenly we saw a wall of light approach us from far off. Not like a flash or explosion, it was a wall of light. We could see it approaching despite happening in theory at the speed of light. Then, it was upon us. It lit up our entire neighborhood like it was day, but oddly it felt like we were both in this light, and we felt it pass through us. Then it passed behind us and was gone. I checked our security camera. It indeed showed the entire world lit up like day, but it was so fast in real time. Like a sudden blip that, when I paused the video and found the point in time it was dark, then light, and then dark, it was literally one frame of the video footage where everything was lit up like day. I saved the video and the screenshots. I sent the screenshots to my mom and then realized the light created no shadows. It also didn't alter the shadows formed by our security light, where that light shined behind us, towards the cars parked in front of us. Like the source was from everywhere, all around us, just as if we were in the light source. There were no shadows from us, none of our cars, not even below the cars or in front. So the source was neither above us nor in front of us like a flash. The source was everywhere, for that split fraction of a second. Yet we had been able to see the wall of light approach, as if it had a physical edge, and we were able to see in the moment that all was daylight for just a moment. Daylight without shadows. It was a significant enough length of time experienced by us both to take this all in, despite seeing on camera that it had been so fast that only one single frame of film caught it. What was that? How can that be explained? Had it been a brilliant flash of light or explosion, we'd have seen the shadows created. Was it alien, paranormal, or otherworldly? Was there an atomic bomb and we shifted realities? I doubt that, as we had video evidence in our new reality if that had been the case. I don't get it. There was no temperature difference. There was no sound. We were just suddenly in a pure light source for that moment in time, as it physically traveled through us, around us, and was then gone. Any thoughts or rational explanations? Hi guys. Something weird happened to me this weekend, and I want to know if anyone has similar stories. I couldn't find anything searching the sub. My boyfriend's family has this house in the countryside, where me and my boyfriend like to go to spend the weekends, like once every 2 or 3 months. Ever since the first time I went to this house, my boyfriend's room had its walls painted light green. Although the shade of green is pretty light, it's dark enough so you can distinguish it from other colors, especially white. Last month I went to his house again, and the walls on his room were now fully white. I instantly noticed it was looking different and said to my boyfriend that the room looked way better that way, with white walls. My boyfriend looked at me like I was crazy and said, "What are you talking about? They've always been this color." I'm already used to him not paying attention to anything. He has severe ADHD, so it's not weird that he never noticed before. So I said that his room was green before. He denied again, and then I showed him on my phone a picture of him inside the room with green walls. We laughed about his lack of attention to the world around him, and that was it. We spent the whole weekend there, and during that time we slept in his room, now with white walls. Now, last weekend, his parents held an event there, and I got there earlier to help with the preparations. As soon as I entered his room, the walls were painted light green again. I asked him if his father asked someone to paint the walls again, and one more time, he said his walls have always been that color. I said the last time I was there, the walls were painted white, but maybe his dad painted them white and then painted them green again. He assured me that those walls were not painted again in a long time because you could still see stains that have always been there. It's true. I could see the old stains and marks too. I then mentioned that we already had this exact same conversation last time I was there, but with the white walls, and he remembered it right away. I said that maybe his dad had changed the light bulb, but he was 100% sure that no one had done such a thing. Although my boyfriend's memory is not that reliable, I do believe that no one painted the walls again or changed the light bulbs. Even if someone did last month, I could still see the room white with only the sunlight that came from the window. And there were indeed very old stains in the walls. Things like marks where the beds used to touch the walls, and little spots from insects killed by us. My boyfriend didn't care that much about this occurrence. He said that it was weird and moved on. I saw many stories here about objects going missing, but never came across something like this. Has anyone here ever experienced a similar event? Hi, Raven. I'm a longtime listener, and I enjoy the glitch, parallel universe, and time slip stories very much. It's been a while since anything strange has happened, but September of 2023, one unusual experience did occur on my way home from work. I haven't posted this anywhere else, although I did tell my husband about it, but he doesn't really believe in those things. It had been a long day, and I was so glad to be on the way home. The rain had stopped recently, and I was sitting at a red light. I intended to go straight when the light changed, but a white car in front of me decided to make a left turn instead, and awkwardly maneuvered their vehicle into the turn lane. They were a little short of space, so their car was left hanging out into my lane a good bit. I just stopped and waited until they could straighten up when the left turn signal let them go. Suddenly, I heard screeching tires behind me. I turned to see what was happening, but time slowed down. I didn't get fully turned, but I did see a gray car with dark tinted windows sliding up towards my passenger side. I saw black plastic and broken metallic glass flying through the air. I figured the gray car must have already hit someone else's car behind me. The car was sliding quickly toward the back fender and door on my passenger side. I braced for impact and waited. Nothing happened. I thought maybe the driver had somehow missed me. I looked forward expecting to see the gray car where it should have slid to a stop. It wasn't there. I saw a tan car in the far right lane come to a quick stop, but they didn't hit anyone. There weren't any broken plastic or glass bits in the road either. That was odd. The white car was quickly trying to get all the way out of my lane to avoid being hit, so I knew that they heard it too. I turned around fully to look behind me. The gray car wasn't there either, and none of the cars behind me were damaged. None of the drivers had gotten out of their vehicles, as most do after an accident. There was no debris. It was like nothing had happened. The drive home took so long. It really seemed abnormal. I stopped at a favorite restaurant to check my car. The restaurant was closed, but it felt nice to be in a familiar place. I got out and walked all around my car, expecting a broken taillight at least, but there was no damage at all. I couldn't understand it. I kept on driving. The sky looked weird. The clouds were strange colors. I discovered a road that I had never known existed. Then, finally, I made it home. I hope it wasn't quantum immortality. It was a weird thing, though. Nothing like that has ever happened to me before. Me and my husband are quite in shock after experiencing something really weird yesterday. Some background. 1 year ago, March 2023, during our travels to Vegas, we went to a taco spot called Tacos El Gordo. There was a long line, and while in line, the guy in back of us started making conversation. It was a very high-spirited guy with braces that explained he was staying at a hotel nearby and had come the previous night with his wife and kids to get some tacos. They really liked the tacos, so they had to come back. He shared that they had flown in from the Pacific Northwest, a bit about his job and his wife's. His wife and children eventually joined him. They hang out for a bit in line with him, and then they head back out to find a seat. These details matter later on in this story. We share a bit about ourselves, do some more small talk, and we finally get to the front of the line, order our food, and say goodbye / nice to meet you. And that's it. Never see them again. Totally forget about this incident. Present day, 1 year later, March of 2024. We took a weekend trip to San Diego. We've never been there, so we wanted to check it out. I want to add some context to this day, because I think it's important to note all of the things that had to happen, or change, for the event to have happened. First of all, out of all the weekends, it decided to downpour in San Diego this weekend, so we had to readjust our plans. We planned to do those trolley hop-on, hop-off rides to the main sightseeing locations in San Diego. Unfortunately, because it was raining so badly, the trolley decided to limit the number of shuttles that passed by, leaving us stranded in the first location that we hopped off. So we came up with a plan B, which was to make our way to museums in Balboa Park to wait for the rain to stop, and then head to a few other neighborhoods once we got some clear skies. Once we got through all of that, we headed back to the neighborhood we were staying at. Tried out a bar, but we weren't feeling the vibe. We walked for a bit and finally decided to head to where the event occurred. So, the event. My husband suggested that we should go to a taco spot I'd pinned on Google, called Tacos El Gordo. We weren't too hungry, but we might as well taste it because it had great reviews. There's a huge line. And as we're waiting in line, we realize that this is actually the same Tacos El Gordo as the one in Las Vegas we'd gone to the year before. Cool. Didn't know they had a chain. And we start talking about how we'll compare which location was better. There's a couple in front of us, and right in front of them, we notice this guy that starts chatting them up. We overheard him making small talk, asking them what they did for a living, etc. I briefly catch a glimpse of this guy, and I mention to my husband, "Hey, doesn't that guy look like the one we saw in Vegas last year? That'd be funny if it was him, wouldn't it?" Then, we stared more carefully. He doesn't have the braces anymore, but that definitely looks like him. We remember that he had his wife and kids, so we tell ourselves if we see them, then we know for sure it is him. 1 minute later, we see them. Holy crap. Our faces go white and we are stunned. To triple confirm, my husband actually goes up to the guy and asked him, "Hey, this might sound weird, but did you happen to be in Vegas last year and also went to Tacos El Gordo while there?" The guy confirmed that he had been. He said his family flew in for spring break this year to San Diego. We're walking around and happened to notice that this was the same taco spot they went to while in Vegas, so they decided to stop at that moment. He actually did not remember our conversation in Vegas, but he kind of laughed and thought that it was also a weird coincidence. We again made some small talk while in line, got our tacos, and went our separate ways. But what the hell? This was just not coincidence. This doesn't happen. Ever. What is the probability that we would both end up in the same city 1 year later, at the same restaurant, same weekend, same time, only 2 feet away? Not to mention, our whole day wasn't supposed to go this way. It could have gone completely different. And yet somehow every single decision we made up to this moment led us to the same spot. We actually weren't even supposed to go to San Diego on this particular weekend. I'd originally booked it for 2 weeks prior, but realized we had plans. So we rebooked everything all over again. How does this happen? P.S. To the kind stranger that we met, see you next year in whichever city we decide to make a trip to next March. I have never really been one to remember my dreams. And the ones I do remember never mean anything. They're just the really weird ones that don't do anything for me. But about 2 weeks ago, I had a strange dream that stuck with me more than normal. It was a really vivid dream about me getting home from work. I don't live too far from work, a few miles at most, so I've actually taken to riding my bike instead of driving. At least until it gets really hot. Then I'll just take the car. Anyways, in this dream I was biking home, riding in the bike lane and careful not to cause problems for the people in their cars. In this dream I was stopped at a light right next to a white Toyota Prius. I remember that very specifically. I was sitting there, just waiting for the lights to turn green, when I looked over at the Prius and noticed they had a little dog in the back seat that was staring at me. I smiled, thinking it was a cute pup, which caused me to glance back a bit and see that there was a black pickup truck coming in our direction way too fast. I look over and for a split second, I can see the driver. It's some kid, probably 17 at most, and he's staring down at his cell phone, completely oblivious to the car stopped in front of him. I'm just watching this truck barrel toward the red light, thinking that I'm about to see a wreck. But then, at the last second, this kid looks up, and sees the stopped Prius, and slams on his brakes. However, he doesn't just slam his brakes, he also veers. And guess which direction he veers. right at me, in the bike lane. Right as I would have been likely killed by this truck, I woke up in a cold sweat with my heart pounding, and I felt like I was having a panic attack. The dream felt real, and the whole thing was absolutely horrifying, but I talked myself out of the stupor. It was a dream, nothing more. Like I said, I don't even remember most of them, so it didn't mean much to me at the time. That day, when I was on my way home, I started again in my normal direction, when I randomly thought about that dream. It kind of freaked me out, and I thought about the fact that I would be heading in the direction of where that dream, I guess, took place. And for some stupid reason, my brain panicked and told me to stop at the CVS near that corner to get something to drink. So I did. I decided that I would go in and get a Powerade instead of going straight home. I rode up to near that stoplight, got up over the sidewalk, and walked my bike to park it outside of the CVS. I was close enough to that light that I could see it, and something told me to look up. There, at the light, was a white Prius, just waiting for it to turn green. I got hit with this weird feeling in my stomach and looked back down the road, thinking that there was no way I would see a black truck. But when I looked, there it was. That black truck going way too fast, and the driver clearly not paying attention. I watched as he got closer and closer, and then heard the squeal of the tires as he tried to not hit the Prius and veered to the right. He clipped the Prius and smashed his truck straight into a streetlight pole on the corner. As I watched him smash his truck into the pole, I kept thinking that I would have been right there. I would have been sitting there between his truck and that light pole, had I not decided to stop at that CVS. One of the clerks ran out of the CVS to ask what had happened, as they'd probably heard the crashing. I mentioned that the truck hit the pole, and they said that they would go call the police to handle it, since it looked like a pretty bad wreck. The kid ended up needing to go to the hospital. He was pretty banged up. The lady and the dog in the Prius, and yes, it was that same dog from my dream, were shaken up, but they were alright. I stood there, honestly shaking, unable to really move from the bike rack. I ended up giving a statement to the police, explaining what I saw from where I was. Then I went in and got my Powerade, just trying to continue living like nothing had happened, like I hadn't barely missed my own demise. So, was this dream some kind of premonition, or quantum immortality where I was put in the same situation a second time? I'm struggling to move past it, but I figured asking this here would be a good idea since the comments seem to always have their own ideas. It was just crazy how detailed the dream was, and how I remembered every little step in the dream, and how, because I had that strange dream, I may have actually avoided a date with the Grim Reaper. Hello, Raven. These are two short stories about how I've been able to see, two separate times, when my ex-husband was in trouble before they happened. The first one, he worked at a couple pizza places as a manager. I had never been to the store he was in. This specific store had a broken lock on the door where the drivers would go out and come in for deliveries. This was around Christmas time, so they were very busy, and he had not had a chance to get the lock fixed. I did not know any of this, and he was my ex at this time. I had a dream that someone had come into the door with a broken lock and went straight to the manager's office and beat my ex pretty bad to get to the cash. I told my ex about this and he asked me to describe the store layout, and I was able to tell him the exact layout of the store with the broken lock. Remember that I've never been to or seen this store. it was in a totally different state than where I lived. He got that lock fixed right away. The second one, this one's really short. I had a dream that my ex-husband's car had a blowout from a tire on his car, and the car flipped. He then took his car to get his tires checked, and the one tire had a bubble that could have blown at any moment. I don't know why I had these dreams, but I guess that I kind of saved his life. Hello, Raven. I really enjoy your glitch stories, and so I'm submitting mine. About a month ago, I was sitting on my couch. It was about 10 p.m., and I was actually listening to a glitch video of yours. I'm pretty new here, so I'm backtracking, checking out the older videos and catching up on stories I've missed. Anyway, I'm listening on my phone with my AirPods in my ears. I get through a couple of stories, and as I hear the 6 musical notes that are between the stories, I decide to pause and take a bathroom break. My bathroom is about 10 paces from my couch, so I go in and do my thing. As I'm looking in the bathroom mirror while washing my hands, I noticed my right AirPod is missing. I look on the floor and in the sink, which did have the plugs, so it didn't fall down the plug hole. It didn't fall down the neck of my t-shirt, and I didn't hear it hit the floor. I retraced my no more than 10 steps back to the couch in the living room and searched the floor thinking that I would find it. No. I looked on the couch and between the cushions. It was nowhere. I decided I would find it in the morning. Next morning, I did a thorough search of the whole bathroom, hallway. It was nowhere to be found. Now, I'm thinking maybe my dog picked it up and took it somewhere, so I did a phone search for it, but it could only locate the left AirPod. Now I'm thinking, damn, I'm gonna have to buy a new one. Fast forward 2 days and I'm doing my weekly wash, and as my clothes are now ready to go into the dryer, I open up the dryer door before loading it with my clothes. And right there is my missing AirPod, sitting by itself on the bottom of the drum. I have no idea how, but oh well. By the way, the AirPod still worked okay, so wherever it was for 2 days, it didn't affect it. Hello. I've been reading all of your stories, and I think it's about time that I also share mine. I was honestly shocked when I found this sub. I really didn't think this was as common as it was. Every summer in South Spain, we celebrate Feria, which is like an outdoor party with bars built like boxes with no ceiling. So basically, everybody is around the fairgrounds, drinking, and going in and out to the bars to dance, grab some drinks, etc. It was around 3 a.m., completely nighttime, and me and my friend were outside the bars having a smoke. My friend suggested going in to take a drink and see if we could stay for a bit in that place, or go looking how the others are looking. Now this is when it becomes incredibly weird. My friend and I go inside the bar, all full with people dancing, and I mean the place is packed with people. We speak with the waiter and we order our drinks. We turn around, and the place is empty. We turn around again to the waiter, and they're also not there. No one is. We go outside, all shocked with our fresh drinks in hand. Fresh ice. It was clear that the drink was just made at that moment, and not hours ago. We look around, and it's freaking daytime. We look at our phones, and it was 8 a.m. We turn around to the bar, and it's closed. There are workers cleaning the street. No one is around. Every bar was closed. Bear in mind that the bars close at 6, so it wouldn't have made sense that it was later than we thought, because the waiters would still have to clean the place before closing, and literally 1 second before all this, the bar was full of people and drinks on the floor. My friend remembers everything in the exact same way that I do, and we weren't drunk at all. I'm actually glad that I have a witness to this. Hi there. I'm a 39-year-old female, and this occurred, I think, a little over a year ago. This was a very real event. No drugs or alcohol. I was in our bathroom, which has a line of sight out the back window to where my hubby passes by before coming in the door. So I was just doing my hair and looked over to see him outside the window, walking up, switching the Kroger bag to his other hand to grab his keys, etc. Then heard the door and watched him walk by to the kitchen. I said, "Hey baby," and he didn't hear me. Not surprising, his hearing isn't the best. But I heard him lay the bags down and then lay his keys and wallet down, so I stuck a clip in that last bit of hair to do and started out of the bathroom door to give him a hug and kiss. Well, here it is. Instantly when I walked out of the doorway of the bathroom, everything was completely different. All the lights were out, and they had certainly been on a moment prior. Totally weirded out. I felt shaky and whatnot. But I guess managed to walk a few steps to look toward the kitchen, only to see my husband wasn't even there. Then, before I even had time to attempt to process what the hell just happened, I saw through our kitchen window. His headlights were coming down the driveway. It was then that I started to get extra weirded out, and for sure had to sit down. I remember I propped myself sitting against the edge of my couch arm, and the next part is what freaks me out the absolute most. I couldn't believe my eyes at all. As I watched him walk around that window, it was like someone had just literally rewound a tape and was replaying it. The exact same motions, the exact same sounds, all the way through, including him setting the keys and bags down. The only thing I could think at that point is how crazy I would actually sound if I told anyone this. Except I told my husband right when he got there. So I just want to know if anyone has any ideas of what happened. I'm open to hear about it. It's the single most unbelievable, existential type thing that's happened in my life. And I will never forget it.